Hello. Good day, everyone. Happy Friday. Wait, you got the toxic already? What the hell? Didn't even say anything. And you already call me toxic? Damn. All right. You guys excited for TGP? Because I am. Just click no clue what it is. It starts at 7 p.m. Alright. So the plan for today is that we watch the Ian interview first. Because Max had an interview with Ian yesterday. And apparently it was interesting. Did he upload it to YouTube already? No. Alright, then we're gonna have to check the VOD. Yeah, today's EU. Last week was an A, and this week is EU. And next week is the final. Yeah, Royman is playing today. Let's take a quick look at the teams that are playing today. Before we look at the interview. We didn't find a leaderboard. What the hell? Oh, there. No. How does it work? The great push highlights. The radar IO page doesn't work for EU. Or maybe it's because I have to click proving grounds. Okay. Never mind, I'm stupid. I'm stupid, sorry. Okay, let's move this a bit over. Okay, so we have Monka, GigaChats, Echo, Depleto Patrol, 3 pots and speed. Okay. And levels. So as you can see, the teams that qualified were all somewhat close in score. Like the first 3 teams all had 61 points, which is kind of crazy. And then 4th and 5th had 60, so just 1 less. And then the 6th team had 2 less. So I guess the 6th team is a bit, you know, but everyone else really close. All right, let's take a look. So Monka is Skylark, Mode, Crims, Macine, and RX. This is the same team, right? They didn't change anything. These are the same people, right? Same team. Which place did they get in the MDI final? I forgot. Oh, they got 2nd. Okay, good. This isn't loading. Then we have GigaChats. I swear to God, Dr. J is a different team name every time. Alright, so we have Lamike, Igloo, Dr. J, Splat, and Tobo. So there are obviously also a lot of known players. Then we have Echo. Then I don't think we have to talk about Echo. Then we have Depleted Patrol, which is Royben, Shella, Maskin, Rupee. I don't know these three, honestly. I only really know Shella and Royben. Then 3 Pots and Speed. Oh, Lappen is there, Thanner, a Shine, Speed, and Werda. Interesting, okay. Alright. So that's basically, that's like a mix of people. I don't think they played together like this before, as far as I'm aware. Thanner used to play with Sheesh. Shine used to play with Perplex. Speed used to play with... good question. Who did Speed play with? A lot of teams, I think. Lappen used to play with some teams as well. And Word, I don't know. Oh, Speed also played with Sheesh, of course, yeah. And then this is the 6th place team that is a bit like slightly off with the points, at least in the time trials. Yeah, I don't know anyone in this team. They also have a DK. Oh no, they don't have it. Okay, they played Demo, Mage. Have a DK in Upper? Yeah, they played Frost DK in Upper. Huh. That's interesting for sure. Yeah, let's look at the comps a bit. So for Upper, it's mainly Warlock, Hunter, Mage, but then we also have Rogues here and even Windwalker. Windwalker is interesting for Upper, I think. Because it's so single target heavy, right? And usually we don't see Windwalkers then. We even have a warrior here. I was wrong! Wrong play with this team, but they didn't qualify, I don't think. Yeah, and then there's this team with the DK. Then let's see, Workshop. Echo played Hunter, while Monka and Gigachats played Mage, Warlock, Rogue. Oh, Tobo played Hunter in a 29. And then they played Rogue for the 30 and the 31. It's interesting. I guess it makes sense. Then let's see. Skylark. They played Rogue all the time, it looks like. Yeah, they always played Rogue. And then they played Rogue as well. Okay. And Shadow's team just played Hunter. Okay. The Frosty K is interesting. Maybe we see some Frosty K. On Upper, you destroy last boss with Warrior. Last boss? You mean because of Spell Reflect? But they didn't qualify. Not sure how important it is. The thing is, it's fortified as well. So the bosses kind of just die anyway. Yeah, no, Spell Reflect is pretty good, but apparently not that good, because no one played Warrior. So I don't think he played Warrior because it's so broken. I think that might just be a Warrior main, you know? Because, like, people keep saying how good Warrior is in upper, but no one's playing Warrior. So I'm sure it's not actually as good. The problem is, of course, also that DK is just, like, insane, right? Like, there's no fucking way the Spell Reflect makes up for the extra damage that DK does, right? Like, DK just does insane damage. It's stupid. And I also think DK, like, for example, on the third boss, as a DK, you can probably take more stacks than a Warrior could. And then you just do so much damage as a DK because you do, like, 500% more damage or some bullshit. Okay, maybe not 500%, but... Yeah, Warrior just falls over to the stacks, yeah. Yeah, I think Blood DK is just better, right? Because Blood DK is a bit ridiculous. Yeah, DPS Warrior also doesn't seem to be worth it either. Well, to be fair, it could be that Warrior is better, but it's also possible that a lot of the players just don't play Warrior, because why would they? Most tanks probably know how to play Prot Warrior, because tanks usually know how to play most tanks. But damage dealers, Warrior hasn't been good for so long in M+. So it's possible that maybe Warrior would technically be better, but no one really plays it. Because if you look at the players here, I don't think any of them really play Warrior, as far as I'm aware. Actually, doesn't Tobo play Warrior? Or am I making that up? Hey Royben, what's up? Good luck today, you got this. Tobo doesn't play Warrior. Yeah, then I don't know who else would play Warrior. Speed? Speed? I don't think Speed plays Warrior either. Yeah, I don't know. Speed can play Warrior. Yeah, you tell me, Royben. People are arguing that Warrior is really good, like, DPS Warrior is really good in upper. And then I was saying that no, it's probably not better than the other damage dealers. But then I was thinking, maybe it is better and no one plays Warrior from the, like, higher end teams, because why the fuck would you play Warrior? Because it's never good for anything, so... But I don't know. I mean, maybe. I'm screaming because it's my first tournament and I'm actually nervous. Yeah, don't worry, you got this. It's easy to say, just don't be nervous. But the thing, because when I did TMDI, I was also super nervous when I was competing. But honestly, I felt like I was only really nervous before we started the key. Like, super nervous. And then when we started, it wasn't like I almost forgot we are doing a tournament, because it just felt like you don't notice anyone watching, right? It's like you're just like playing and you're talking to... And also, I felt like everyone was like much more like motivated. That was very interesting, because the team that I played with, they were a bit tilty, you know? But then when we were doing the tournament, if anyone made a mistake, even if it was like a big mistake, everyone was immediately like, oh, don't worry, that's all fine. Like, we got this, just rest or whatever, you know? And no one was like upset or anything, because everyone wanted to win and everyone was like super positive the whole time. It's like, oh, that's no problem. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thanks for 31 months, Mara. What's up? Thank you, Malcolm. I'm glad you like my videos. I hear Royven is a Giga Chat and Warrior. Royven is a Giga Chat on anything. Literally anything. I didn't play with JV, no. I played with Now and Speeds. And twice in Kina. I tried to learn Arms Warrior as well, yeah. It was something. Is there an add-on or a Wika that shows all the Mechagon bots? I know there's pictures, but I'm not sure if there's an add-on or a Wika for it. Actually, MDT shows it. MDT shows all the bots. Yeah, MDT has them all. Wait, but what can you reflect on the king? I'm a bit confused. On the chess event? What do you reflect on the king? I thought he doesn't do anything, that guy. His AoE? Wait, I'm confused. His AoE? He does AoE? I thought the king literally just stands there and does nothing. He does an AoE slash around him. Oh, of course I wouldn't know that. That's something only melee players have to worry about. Of course I don't know about that. Wow. Imagine having to worry about melee mechanics. Jesus. Imagine playing melee. Ooh. And 20 is a 1 million damage reflect. Yeah, I don't know. You always have to think about it in perspective, right? When it comes to a reflect, even if it's if you think about 1 million damage, it sounds like a lot. But then you have to think about how much damage you lose from having the warrior in your group compared to a class that is really good right now, you know? It's probably just doesn't add up, you know? It's probably just not worth it. Thank you, Des. Appreciate that. I always feel like I look a little bit like a cowboy when I wear this. Can you imagine me like being at a, you know, one of these American states, these cowboy states, you know, where you have these like dust balls like flying around, and then I'm just like standing there with my horses, you know, and I have like a cowboy hat. That's what this looks like, right? Howdy, partner. Hey, y'all. What's up? It's me, Naguura. I live in Texas. You'd fit right in. This word discussion is like the one with you can't do 25 or higher with a holy pala. No, it's not that. Like, we are not arguing if it's doable. We are arguing if it's better. There's a difference, right? There's a big difference. Of course you can do high keys with a warrior. Or you can do upper high key with a warrior. I'm not saying you cannot. We're literally arguing what's best, right? And the reason why there was a 33 with a holy pala is because it's probably best. Not because, like the 33, like Paladin is really good. The only issue that Paladin has is that they're not providing as much damage as a priest does, right? So that's the issue that a Paladin has. Now, if you do a key where time is not that close, like if you do a key level, like for example, like I guess upper Karasan, you can count upper as like a really easy timer, then you would maybe rather bring something that is more safe rather than having more damage, right? Because if the timer is not that big of an issue, then you probably don't need the extra damage from the priest, right? And then you can bring a paladin because it's safer, right? So yeah, it's not necessarily like when they do at 33 with a paladin, that doesn't mean that, oh look, you can do anything, you know? It just means that paladin is actually just better, you know? Yeah, see what Royban said. I think Worry has some big value in upper with spell reflects, but those 2 to 3 spell reflects are not making up for it being worse than the rest of the dungeon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I guess maybe it would be different if it was tyrannical, I guess. Because then the spell reflect and the last boss would have higher value, maybe. But I don't know. Also, chess event is not buffed by tyrannical anyway, so... TLDR level all tanks, yeah. TGB starts at 7 p.m. CET. Yeah, we can look at the high keys if you want. Let's see. All timed run leaderboards. Wait, where's this 33 that you were talking about? I thought there was actually someone doing a 33. I don't see a 33. What kind of 33 are we talking about? Dude, I honestly thought someone timed the 33. But no one did. Wow. I guess I was lied to. Anyway, we're gonna just disregard the junkyards, okay? So whenever you... Okay, so here's the tip. Whenever you look at the highest keys timed, just imagine junkyard is not there, okay? Just disregard all of this. Because you can do a high junkyard with literally any comp, probably. Like, look, fucking Brewmaster, Prot Paladin, Resto Druid. You know, it literally doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. There's a 31 Streets. There we go. That's the team that just barely didn't qualify, right? With wrong. Grimrail 31. Streets 31. And then there's a bunch of yards. I wish you could remove a dungeon. I wish I could look at this without junkyard. I don't think that's possible though. You know what? Well, we're gonna look at class population. Let's look at 25 and up. I mean, that looks quite a bit better than usual. Huh. Look at the class distribution here. That's honestly not that bad. If you compare this to Season 3, look. Season 3 was basically... Wait, we can look at damage dealers. Season 3 was basically just Hunter, Warlock, Windwalker, Rogue, Mage. Season 4... Well, Season 4 is still kind of the same. But at least the distribution is a bit different. There's a few less Warlocks. And more Rogues, more Mages, and more Windwalkers. And also more Hunters. There's also some Warriors. 3.9%. I mean, we're getting there, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, it's a lot more Diamond Warlocks now compared to Destro as well. Oh yeah, we don't want to look at tanks, I think. I think tanks is just gonna be sad. Oh, Season 3 wasn't even that bad. Dude, I think I honestly don't understand why they didn't address the DK issue. Because the only reason why DK is so OP is because of their fucking weapon, right? I mean, just nerf the fucking weapon for DKs, no? Like, how could it be that hard? Just say, oh, if you're a tank and you wear the weapon, well, then it just is less effective. I don't fucking know. Just nerf it. What's the problem? So dumb, but whatever. It is what it is. And then healers, I don't even want to start talking about PI. Because we have mentioned it like a million times already, and they don't give a shit, so what's the point? What's the point? Alright, let's watch the Ian interview. You think we'll see any unusual strats today, or will we wait until next week? That's a good question. I don't think we will see any unusual strats, honestly. Like, I don't think it will be anything super crazy. Definitely not today, because today they're not doing high keys. Today they're going to be pushing keys. One thing that I would really love to see, though, is the teams really focusing on like 2 and 3 chesting the keys. Because I felt like a little bit when I watched the NA weekend last week. It seemed like some teams were really just playing their high key strats, even in the low keys. Not all of them, but like some teams. And I felt like a lot of teams didn't understand how important it is to also do low keys like really quickly. Because obviously TGP is technically about doing high keys, but it's also a lot about pushing keys. And like, what's the point if you can do a 33 upper Karasan if you don't even get to that point? You know what I mean? Like, you need to get to the high keys to be able to show that you can do them. And yeah, obviously high keys are going to be important, but a lot of TGP is literally just, you need to +2 this key, or you need to +3 this key, or whatever, you know? And I think a lot of teams didn't like really optimize their keys or their routes accordingly. Obviously, it's hard to tell from just watching from outside, but that's what it felt like a little bit. Thanks for 2 months, Hildre. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I also want the keys to start higher, but at this point, like, I totally understand that it wasn't great that the keys started at 24. And I honestly told them already. Like, I told them that I'm not a fan of that either. But sometimes it's hard to see how high they should be starting at, you know? It's like, because if you start too high, then that's also weird. Like, they need to find the perfect balance, which is not that easy, I guess. But I don't think they'll start keys higher this for EU. I mean, they could technically. They could technically say, hey, the NA key started too low, so we're gonna do the EU keys a bit higher. Like, they could technically do that. Not sure if they want to do that. What would you think? Like, let's say EU starts later and the keys start at like 26 or something. What would you think about that? Would you think that is like weird because NA had lower ones, or would you think it's fine, or do you not care? Because I don't know. I guess you could argue that NA, if they started like 26 or higher for EU, then you could argue that EU needed a different skill set to qualify for the globals compared to what NA needed. Right? But at the same time, that's the competition, right? they didn't say which level the keys start at. So technically you have to be prepared for anything. But technically they could say, oh, the keys start at 15, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think that's just a competition. They have to be prepared for this stuff, I guess. I think it matters that EU would have a harder time than NA. The competition within EU and NA is a fair one, so why not start higher in one region? Yeah, I honestly also don't. Also, it's not necessarily harder. Just because the keys start higher, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's harder, in my opinion at least. Because two chesting lower keys, or three chesting them even, also requires a certain skill that maybe a lot of teams weren't necessarily prepared for. You could argue that that might be harder. Technically, right? So it's just a different skill set. Doesn't mean it's hard. Doesn't mean it's easier or harder, right? It just means that it's just different kind of focuses. So yeah, I don't know what the keys start at. Like I have no idea. But if I personally would like it if they start higher, because that's more interesting to watch, in my opinion. In my opinion, NA had too much low keys going on, where there was like no possibility of them failing. Like it just looked like, okay, there's just absolutely no way this team is gonna deplete this key. The only question was, are they gonna two chest or are they gonna one chest? And if then it's like not as interesting to watch, in my opinion. Like, not to say that it's not interesting at all, it just depends on how much they're pushing, because in my opinion, TGP should be about pushing keys as well, right? I think it is interesting. But I think the like balance between pushing keys and doing really high keys was a bit too much in favor of pushing for NA, at least. Like for NA, it basically was 2 days of only pushing keys. And then even on the last day, because Junkyard was announced, they also were only pushing keys for like 2 hours. And then at the very end of the tournament, they started doing really high keys. Only for like 2 hours or 3 out of the whole tournament. And to me, that was too much, right? In favor of pushing. So I don't mind there being some pushing of the keys as well, but it should be a better balance, right? Maybe it should be like 50% pushing and then 50% like really high keys, rather than like 80% pushing and 20% high keys, right? So yeah, I wouldn't mind if they change it for EU. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Also, I hate Junkyard and they should just remove it from the dungeon pool, but I told them that as well, by the way. They asked me which dungeons that I personally wouldn't want to have in the competition, and I said Grimrail and Junkyard. So it's not my fault, yeah, guys. I was against Junkyard and Grimrail. Because Junkyard just sucks because it's like it's way easier than all the other keys. And Grimrail just sucks because of the, like, how do you even... I think the problem with Grimrail is just how do you observe that dungeon for, like, a viewer properly? Because I don't think Grimrail is that bad of a dungeon, but the problem is just, for the broadcast, I think it's really bad, because you can't see anything. Like, the players can't even see anything themselves. How are the observers supposed to observe that dungeon, you know? So that's the problem that I have with Grimrail. Thank you so much for 5 sub gifts.
Welcome to the game.
Has the bear, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to Atlas, Black Child, Gunner, Malefian, and Magna Unleashed. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Maybe the observers has transparent walls. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. I was asking if that's possible to have the walls just be gone for the observers, but that's not how it works. Because the observers are literally just like GM accounts flying around, yeah? Like there is no observer mode. It is literally just GM accounts flying on a character in the air. So they see the same thing as the players see. So, yeah. Grimrail's like 15 minutes of seeing the floor, yeah. That's the biggest problem I have with Grimrail. Otherwise, I don't think the dungeon is that bad. It's just the view that is so bad. And there's a bunch of bugs with it as well. Like with trash getting pulled randomly and stuff. Alright, anyway. We're gonna watch the Ian interview now. So... let's see what Ian has to say.
Unmute and send it and hope that my scene looks good. It does look good. Excellent. We are here live with Ian. First time we're actually meeting. I don't think we've ever actually spoken before. I know you mentioned in a couple other interviews you had seen some of my videos and talked about it with like the AMZ thing, which was pretty funny.
Yep. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you for giving us the ammunition to make some changes we wanted to make. It's always appreciated.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. They're going to be mad about that, but that's fine. Okay. But yeah, so I just want to get right into it because we have like a pretty limited amount of time.
I can't believe
so the first thing I want to talk to you about is actually season 4.
Yeah.
So I think, first of all, the community loves it. At best, I think it's a great new idea that can, revolutionize the end of expansion's gameplay. Very worst, honestly, is just objectively better than a super long season 3. So basically, what are some of your thoughts about season 4? And if you've had any time during Dragonflight to think about maybe if it could be brought back or improved upon.
Yeah. I mean, thank you for those thoughts and those reactions. I think it's been overall super happy with how it's played out. Definitely, some bumps the first week, especially with scaling issues. We never really used that tech at this scale before, so we had to work out some of the kinks in the system there. But I think we went into this hoping that it would play out largely the way it had, and if it did, that this could become something that we go to in the future at the very end of an expansion. Just kind of in those last few months, everyone knows the next expansion's on the horizon. You finish the story, you finish the current expansion's content. It's just kind of a remix and a chance to revisit kind of the greatest hits of the expansion as a whole. Tuning has been definitely something we've been looking at. Like I think now that people have more gear, pretty happy with where that's landed. And we definitely heard a lot of feedback, especially the first couple of weeks, from like Hall of Fame and Cutting Edge, but not guilds like your guild, that it felt too much like reprogression. And it's like then we go look at logs and realize like, look, you guys wiped like 5 times, then killed the boss. Like that's not really.
I think tuning. What do you think about tuning? I never really spoke about this, but I think it's fine, right? Definitely, the first week or so definitely felt somewhat hard. Well, not that hard, but like my guild, for example, we're a cutting edge guild, right? And
welcome, friend.
We didn't manage to clear a raid on Mythic yet, but we also only raided 1 day a week. Now, this is the first week where we start raiding twice a week, and I think we might be able to clear everything, I hope. We wiped a little bit on Sire for sure, but it doesn't seem like... It definitely seems decent difficulty for guilds that have already killed the bosses before. Now, if you have never killed the bosses before, then I can see it being really hard for you. But I also think that I also don't necessarily think that the guilds that haven't killed the bosses before should be able to kill the last bosses super easily, right? I think so, at least. Like, if there's a guild that usually only manages to kill like 2 or 3 mythic bosses, then they shouldn't be able to just go into the fated raids and clear all of the bosses instantly, right? I think. Especially the last bosses seem decently hard, which I think is good because they drop 311 item level, right? So I think it's good that SLG, Sire, Sylvanas, Jailer, stuff like that is pretty hard. Well, pretty hard. I mean, it's definitely very doable. But it's not like super easy to just go in there and clear it all in one day. Thank you so much for the sub, Narnar. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. I've been doing a bit of heroic raiding lately with some new guilds, and tuning is still nearly impossible for a lot of casual players. Really? Well, yeah, okay, I can see that issue. Because I think a lot of like really high-end guilds, well, high-end guilds, but a lot of like mythic guilds have their players probably play a lot more in Plus in comparison, right? Because this season is a lot about getting gear from in Plus. Like, if you play in Plus 24/7, you're going to be like 10, 20 item levels more than someone who does not, right? And I think usually mythic guilds have players that just play the game a bit more, are more dedicated, and those players probably play a bit more in Plus and have higher item level because they do that. Well, if I look at a heroic guild or a normal mode guild, surely those players are probably playing a bit less, don't have time to play a million in pluses, and end up having item level that is not as high as like a mythic raiding guild. So I would say a mythic raiding guild, because they have higher item level, for them heroic is really easy. But a heroic raiding guild that maybe doesn't have their players playing plus all day, for them heroic is probably pretty hard, right? Because you have to think about the fact that you're playing with a lot less item level than what you're supposed to have, right? Because heroic drops 291, 298 item level, and if you go in with a lot less than that, then you're technically like playing with like literally item level that is made for normal mode rather than for heroic, right? So yeah, I guess that has been a little bit of an issue for players. The fact that they just don't have the time to play that much in Plus, I guess.
Progression, but I get it, right? Like, it feels like you've already learned this fight. It feels like you've already killed the boss. You expect to just go in and win, but we want there to be a little bit of a challenge. So I think overall it's played out pretty much the way we wanted to.
All right, great, yeah, and some other things that were added during season 4 outside of the actual gameplay element of fated affixes and raids, were a lot of the like loot acquisition systems. So you had to create a few new unique ones because of the way the raids would be rotating. But I kind of wanted to ask you about them. So like Dinar and the upgrade essences from heroic and mythic, like I said, I think they're excellent. Is there a chance that we could actually see a truncated version of this in a regular season that would maybe help with loot targeting? So an idea for that is like currently someone could do an entire mythic sanctum raid every week and never see a Jathis, maybe. It obviously would have to be much less, but like what could that look like?
I think something like this for sure. I think kind of like the season, the season structure itself, we see this as a time for experimentation, and experiments aren't necessarily going to be carried forward in their exact form, but the idea of like anti-RNG backstops and some feeling of security and guarantee that you will eventually get that chase best in slot item you want feels like a useful thing for us to explore. I mean, the Dinar system, I think, in terms of how upfront it is and how quickly you're getting some things, that is probably way more accelerated than we would ever do in a regular new season. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is like the 3-week rotation means that you just get fewer shots at getting these items. Also, like psychologically, most of these are items that you already had. Like, while it was relevant, you got your Jathis, you got your Sylvanas daggers, whatever else, and so you're having to re-earn them. I think it would, to some extent, I think more than some extent, I think it would diminish the feeling of chasing after that like real trophy item if just week 3 or week 4 of a brand new tier, maybe even before you like kill the boss that dropped it on a specific difficulty, everyone could just walk in and get their item. But yeah, like ups and downs and being excited about a loot jackpot has value, but feeling like you could do all the right things but never get it is definitely a bummer. We want to see what we can do about that going forward.
Sweet, yeah.
So about this. So I think the solution to this problem that, oh, you're clearing Mythic every week for like 5 months and you never get Jathis. Right? In my opinion, the solution to this is not, oh, we need a vendor with like bad luck protection currency that you can buy the item from. I think the solution to this is the item should never be that OP in the first place. This is always something I complained about ever since the Arcano Crystal incident. I think there should never be items that are so over budget compared to other items in the same item level range that your class literally doesn't function without them properly. Like the fucking gavel from Jailer, right? That it makes certain classes literally like do what seems like 50% more damage, right? I don't think that should be the case unless it's like, okay, if it's a legendary or something, that's okay, right? But not normal items like Sylvanas daggers, Jathis, a gavel, stuff like that is like, I don't understand why they leave those items like this. I don't get it because like I think if they want to create special items, I think that's fine, right? Because sometimes if an item is somewhat special, it feels a little bit better for the player to get the item, and then it's like dopamine, right? And I think that's okay. But the best example for this is like Rygalon Dagger. If you look at Rygalon Dagger and Tambra for casters, that weapon is better than another weapon with the same item level, but not to like an insane amount, you know? That weapon is maybe worth like 5-6 item levels, the effect of the weapon. So if you have an Antambra on like 291, then a weapon that is 298 or 304 is going to be better, like a normal weapon, right? And I think that's okay. Then you have a weapon effect that gives you like a value of like 5 to 6 item levels. So be it, right? But as soon as a weapon has or not even a weapon, as soon as a weapon or a trinket or any other piece of gear has an effect that is worth 20, 30 item levels, then that is, in my opinion, like that should just not exist. I think that's just stupid. So in my opinion, they should address these issues like really quickly and nerf those items so it doesn't even happen. Like this situation, we should never be in this situation, right? Because I just don't understand why this should exist. And yeah, the Arcano Crystal incident, I keep talking about this because to this day, I do not understand why they never nerfed Arcano Crystal. It made absolutely no sense to me. Because that item was so over budget and it wasn't even an effect, right? The Arcano Crystal didn't have an effect. In case you guys don't know what the item was, it was a trinket that dropped from a world boss that had all stats on them, secondary stats. It had like crit, haste, mastery, versatility on it. And it was just over budget. So basically, there were way more stats on it than a trinket should have on that item level. So people were running around with Arcano Crystal that was like 50 item levels worse than like another trinket. Because it was just like wrongly tuned. It was just over budget, right? But instead of nerfing it or changing it, they just kept it. And I don't think that should be a thing, right? And people always argue about, okay, so in Blizzard's mind, I guess, if they don't immediately realize that the item is over budget, then they nerf it afterwards, then they risk players getting upset because they had the item already, right? So basically, imagine this. I get the Arcano Crystal, and I'm super happy about it. And then 2 weeks later, they nerf Volcano Crystal. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, why do you nerf my item? You know, like blah, blah, blah. So people are going to be upset. But I honestly don't give a shit, you know? So what if some people are upset? It makes sense to nerf it when it's over budget. I don't care if people are going to cry about it. It's the same thing when you nerf a class that is OP, right? If there's a really overpowered class and they nerf it, well, then the people are going to be upset because you nerfed their class, right? Like, I get it. But why should you just never nerf anything because people are going to be upset? You know, like, I don't think that's how it should work. If there's something OP, they should nerf it, you know? Period. No matter if it's a class or an item or whatever else, like, just nerf it if it's over budget, if it's, like, not tuned properly. Just do it. And yeah, some people are gonna cry, but people always cry no matter what you do, you know? Literally everyone cries about anything, so I don't know. The game overall feels better with fewer outliers, both higher and lower. Exactly, yeah. And I think that also should apply to items as well. Yeah, they could literally buff a class and people are gonna cry about it. But anyway, that's my take on this. All this bad luck protection stuff, I mean, it's nice and all, but yeah, again, I think if those overpowered items wouldn't exist in the first place, then the need or the requirement of having these kind of bad luck protection things isn't even that important, right? So yeah, just balance the items, please.
And I think also you're going to kind of have a little bit of that reintegrated into every season going forward as well with like the new Mythic Plus pool.
Wait, sorry, but this doesn't make a difference, right? Even if it's not OP and just a normal item, this still applies. It's best for your spec. No, it does not. There's a difference between an item being best in slot for you and an item being literally 10%, 20% better than any other item. Like, there's a difference. A big difference. Because just because an item is best in slot for you doesn't mean that you're gonna be doing 10% less damage than someone else just because you don't have it, right? But if there's a Blood Decay with Gavel and another Blood Decay without Gavel, then it's not, you know, like, it's not even close. Like, they're not even playing the same game anymore at that point, you know? And that's the issue. Because if you have a different item, yeah, it might not be best in slot for you, but it's still, like, close to the other item then, you know? But yeah, it's a little bit of a difference, how much better it is.
Right? Like, part of you're doing a bunch of new Mythic Plus dungeons, you're also going to see a bunch of new, potentially best in slot or very interesting trinkets and things to try. So you're going to have a lot of more loot to kind of go around.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so then another thing, that's it about Season 4. I kind of just wanted to talk to you about, like, current raid accessibility in WoW. So I've heard you speak a lot about, you know, like, people always ask about 10 mans and stuff. And I think I actually really agree with, like, 20 mans in WoW with how many specs there are and how vast and variable the different types of combat styles and also the ways that specs deal with that exists. I think 20 man is excellent, but I think there are a lot of things in the game where maybe the barrier of entry could be questioned at that point. So I think the first one I would want to talk about is actually the Mythic Raid lockout currently. So I think this exists where a lot of guilds, let's just say they want to do Prototype Pantheon, and they're looking, there's a guild raid. They don't want to cancel the raid. They need 2 people. Well, it's going to be really hard for someone to sign up for that group maybe if they really want.
Yeah, I agree. And Tumbra, for example, is a fine item, I think.
Guardian, and
I don't think Tumbra is, like, crazy OP,
raid if I'm not going to continue, or
but
if we
it still
don't
feels nice to
Basically
have it,
what I'm
right?
asking
because
is,
it's better than, like, a normal
maybe the
weapon.
Mythic Lockout is outdated in 2022, and it would maybe help a thriving pug system of more raids being able to happen at the 20-man raid size?
So what I'm hearing is you want to do more splits, mythic splits, more mount sales.
Now,
all of that.
This is something that always gets brought up to me, that this would honestly be something I dread about it, but I honestly think a lot of stuff that is a side effect where what we do is more crazy, that sounds miserable, I think it could be potentially much better for a lot of other people in the game.
So it could be. So I think when you talk about pugs, for sure, you know, the rigid lockout system for Mythic is inconvenient for pugs. But I think at its core, Mythic Raid difficulty isn't really meant for pugs. People will pug it later on in the season for sure, especially on bigger servers. Certainly, in season 4 like this, where the fights are much better known, the tuning's more forgiving, sure. But it's one of those things where, like, the lockout is an example of a little bit of healthy friction. We talk about, friction that can have social benefits, like, stuff that was removed when we added Raid Finder, Dungeon Finder back in the day. This is one of those examples in that joining a Mythic Raid is a little bit of a commitment. And I could argue that there's an upside for pugs as well, which is that, if you're doing a Mythic Nathria pug, kill Shriekwing, and then suddenly, things aren't going great on Altamore, it's a great reason not to bail on that group. It's a great reason to not have a quarter of the group say, "Now these guys don't get it. I'm out. I'm going to find another group," because you're locked for the week. You're together with them.
You have to figure it out. Yeah,
and like that, I think that actually encourages somewhat stronger social bonds, reliance on others. At the same time, I get it if you just want to jump in and get one boss, but I think the downsides to the overall Mythic ecosystem, if we just removed that lockout and made them flex, would outweigh the upsides. And there's a reason why, like, normal and heroic are designed to be much more inherently, right, flexible in structure, pug friendly. That's why those work that way. That's why Mythic still works the old way.
Okay, cool. So no plans to change that. And yeah, this...
okay, so I quickly want to say something, because I think what Ian said makes a lot of sense. Like, I agree that having an ID, tying you to a certain lockout, definitely enforces this kind of mentality that you shouldn't be leaving immediately, blah, 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 right? And also, it's not necessarily made for pugs. But I do think that you could have a loot ID, but still be able to play with others. And I think that would be... I don't see a downside in that. So let's say, for example, if I kill Shriekwing with a group, then I'm locked to that ID, Mythic ID. But let's say I could technically still play with another group in a different ID, but I'm just not eligible for any items on any boss or any loot or literally anything. So I'm just... and even on bosses that I haven't killed. No, not heroic lockout. No, so let's say I'm killing Shriekwing with my guild, and then I can join Mythic Sire the Nathrius with another guild, but I'm not going to be able to loot that boss, even though I have not killed that boss with my guild. You know what I mean? So that kind of enforces... That still makes people want to play with your ID. Like, I think whatever Ian said about people leaving and stuff would still be enforced that way. Because, yeah, you can leave the group, but then you won't be eligible for any more loot outside of this ID.
Welcome to the
right?
Naguura
So you
show.
would still kind of feel like you want to stay. But if you want to play with someone else, like with friends or with whatever, then you at least have the possibility to do so, even though you don't get loot, right? And I think that is kind of like the best of both worlds. Because then...
Welcome to the land of the magic chicken lady.
I don't see the downside in that, right? Unless you guys have a reason why that would be bad. Thank you so much for 5 gifts and Sam Noid. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome to Alfrek Fry.
Hello, new
Literally
friend.
Human.
Welcome.
Unearthed Sin, Roleplays, and Volleyball. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Downside would be boosting. Let's see. Yeah, I guess the downside would be that players could infinitely boost in Mythic, for sure, right? That means that a player could literally do Mythic like 500 times a week and boost different kinds of players. That is true, but is that really like an issue? Like, is that really that bad? Because at the moment, I mean, people are boosting anyway, Mythic, right? It's happening anyway. And so what if people boost a bit more? Like, I don't know. It's probably also going to be cheaper as well, I guess. I don't know, the whole boosting thing, I don't think we should... Like, this is my personal opinion. I think that whenever you design the game, boosting should not be something you really consider, unless it literally, like, unless you directly talk about boosting. And obviously, the thing that they did with advertisement and whatever, that's all good, right? But whenever they design the actual game, I don't think, personally, that boosting should be something that holds them back when it comes to design. If it's going to affect everyone positively, and it affects boosting negatively, well, I just feel, you know, because to me, I'm not the biggest like fan that boosting like exists the way it does right now, but at the same time, I like acknowledge it, but it doesn't necessarily bother me. You know, like I'm playing the game the way I want, and if a million people are buying boosts and selling boosts, well, I'm not selling. I'm not buying boosts. I'm not doing, you know, that kind of stuff unless I need 2.4k in PvP. So I'm just sitting here thinking, okay, this whole boosting world exists, and I'm just doing my own thing. I'm just having fun, you know? Like, I don't care if someone buys a boost. I don't care if someone sells a boost. I don't know. Like, it just exists and it's whatever, I feel like. I don't understand how boosting ruins people's personal enjoyment of the game. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I personally don't necessarily care that much about it. I do care about boosting if it's too, like, if it's obnoxious. Which happened with the advertisement. You know, they, like, for example, in the LFG tool, when there's like 1 million people advertising boosts in a tool that is not made for boosting advertisement, right? And when the trade chat is full of people advertising boosts, right, then it annoys me because it's just being shoved in your face, you know, when I don't care about it. That's what I think, like, then it's annoying. But as long as I'm not bothered by it, like, as long as I'm just like, if I don't necessarily look for boosting and then it also doesn't bother me, then so be it, I guess. I don't know. Exactly, D3. It will kill off many guilds because you can just take some players that killed it and bench failure. Yeah, but why would they join? I don't. Do you actually think it would kill guilds if that's how the ID would work? Because why would anyone join your raids if they can't get loot? You know what I mean? They would literally be wasting their time unless they're friends. Like, so let's say, for example, my guild is on Sardanathrus and we can't kill the boss. Do you really think they would kick 5 of our players and then call Echo? It's like, hey, do 5 of your players want to come jailer? Come Sardanathrus? They would be like, why the fuck would we do that? You know, like, I don't think, unless you're saying they would be selling like boosts or whatever, like pay them to join. But yeah, that would still not happen in a Mythic guild, I don't think. Like, I think that is, I don't think that would ever happen. Because if you're a Mythic guild, you, like, why are you raiding Mythic? Obviously, you want the items, right? But you kind of also want to play with the people and that you're in the guild with, and you want to like kill the bosses and progress, right? So like, I don't think there would be many guilds that just kick some of their players and invite randoms that they paid for progression. Unless maybe if they really just want to get cutting edge at the very end of something or whatnot. I'm mad at someone being boosted when they ruin my key. When you invite someone to your 20s and want to push it and the player is even worse than you expect in the first place, then it's annoying as well. Yeah. Yeah, but that could literally, like, that's not even as, because you can really easily check if someone is boosted too. Like, if you queue up a key and you want to make sure that you don't invite anyone that is boosted, well, then you just check their radar IO, and you'll see if they only ever have, like, if they did one single key that is plus 20 in every dungeon and nothing else, then you probably know, okay, well, maybe they got boosted, right? Because usually people that are boosted don't have like 50 keys above 20. They have maybe like 8 or 10 or something. And it's only the dungeons that they got boosted in. And then afterwards they don't have those keys anymore, right? So I think it's really easy to check. Hey Sabla, thank you so much for 44 months. Thank you. Well, guild did something like that in Garage with a better guild. Like 7 of us out, 7 of them come in to help. Yeah, okay, that's like, again, like I'm not saying that it's impossible that there will be paid raiders or something. Because I mean, that's something I did in the past. I remember I joined guilds and helped them out after I had already killed the bosses, right? I mean, I joined Nihilum, I joined another guild, Angered, I joined, like, I don't know, I joined a bunch of guilds and helped them out. So technically, I was doing that too. But, like, just because it happens once in a while doesn't mean that it's, like, a common thing to do, right? You'll probably have more people swapping guilds in the middle of progression. But why? Paid mercenary? Boosting is toxic and should be banned. Yeah, I don't know. I personally don't care as much. Like, if they would ban boosting, I'd probably think, okay, cool, whatever. But at the same time, I also understand that boosting has literally been allowed and has been a thing since Classic. So, I don't know, it just has been part of the game. And I'm not bothered by it as much, honestly. Like, the fact that it exists is fine. A big reason why I'm somewhat okay with boosting existing in WoW specifically is because, like, I think when you compare boosting in WoW compared to boosting in something like League of Legends, I think there's a very big difference because WoW has so many different aspects of the game where you just, because people always argue, oh, you don't deserve this because you didn't earn this thing or because you didn't put the time in or whatever. But sometimes it's just true that people want to have a certain like reward, but it requires them to do content that they don't like. Because WoW is not a game that revolves around one single thing, right? Like League of Legends is literally just Summoner's Rift 5 versus 5, right? Like that's the game. So that's the only version of the game, really. If you disregard fun modes like Aram or whatnot, right? So if you get boosted in League of Legends, that, in my opinion, is very different than if, for example, a PvP player in World of Warcraft gets boosted in raid because they want to get the mount from ahead of the curve or something, because they don't raid, because they don't like raiding. They just want the mount because it looks cool. You know what I mean? To me, that's a difference. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that boosting is like great or whatever, but I do understand why it's slightly less bad in WoW than it is in like other, or less bad in MMOs than it is in like other games that are purely about competitiveness and some ranking or whatever. Because WoW is a lot about collecting stuff and titles and achievements and blah blah blah, right? And a lot of people that play WoW are collectors of some sort of thing, right? And if you want to collect all of the pets in the game, and then one pet drops in like mythic rating or whatever, then I would totally understand if that person would buy a boost, because you know how big of a commitment mythic rating is, especially if you don't like it. Like, imagine you hate raiding, or you're just not the biggest fan of it, and then you literally have to find a guild, somehow make trial, and then mythic raid for like weeks or on end to get a pet. You know, it's like, oh, well, like, I understand that this person would rather just pay for a boost in that regard, right? Like, I get it. Because it's just content that you don't like doing. It's similar to saying, let's say a League of Legends player really likes League of Legends, but then all of a sudden Riot says, hey guys, there's a skin for Lucian, but you only get it if you're a challenger in Valorant. You know what I mean? And then that League of Legends player is like, what the fuck? I have to be challenger in Valorant to get a Lucian skin? And then this player might just say, fuck it, I'm gonna buy a boost, you know? And then I would say that's more understandable, right? Because it's literally just like a different game mode that you don't want to play. You're not a Valorant player. And the same is in WoW sometimes. There's PvP players that only like PvP. They don't like PvE. And there's PvE players who don't like PvP. Or there's raiders who don't like M+, you know? And so that's why boosting, I think, makes a bit more sense. But yeah, I don't know. But why should you get a reward that's available in a specific type of content if you're not doing it? Yeah, but that's the problem with WoW. Like, you're not understanding. Like, okay, again, I'm going to give you the same example again. Let's say Riot says you get a Ari skin if you're a challenger in Valorant. So the skin is for League of Legends, but you get the reward in a different game. That's the disconnect here, right? And that's how World of Warcraft works. Because the rewards that you get in the game are for everything. Because your character gets the transmog or the title or the mount or whatever. So basically, World of Warcraft, or an MMO in general, is a game consisting of very different like parts. And the rewards that you're getting in these parts are all for the same character. You know? Because you can play WoW, but you only like one part of it, right? You can technically say, oh, I only like M+. I don't like raiding, don't like PvP, you know? And then there's some reward that is really good for M+, or some cosmetic that you really want your character to have. And it's in a part of a game that you don't play. You know, like, I understand that you're saying, oh, well, but then you just don't get it. Like, I get that. But I also understand why people would want to have it, because it's for, like, it's literally, like, for their character, right? Like, it's just, like, this kind of overlap that is a bit weird in WoW specifically. But anyway, we talked enough about boosting. That was completely off topic. So let's talk about something else. This idea with the mythic ID that I had earlier, I don't know. I mean, I guess there are downsides. So I still think the downsides of it don't outweigh the positives. But I'm not sure. Obviously, sometimes there's changes that in our mind seem really good. and then it ends up being really bad for some reason or the other, for some unforeseeable like consequence that no one really thought about. So yeah, that is a possibility, I guess. But yeah, it doesn't look like Ian has any kind of plans or anything to change Mythic ID. It's just the way it is, right? And I personally don't mind. It's whatever.
The split thing would definitely be a very unintended side effect from that. Like the absolute terror of potentially seeing like Scott message and be like, okay, everyone show up tomorrow. We're gonna be boosting Mythic Jailer for like 12 hours something. I mean, oh my lord, would that be bad? Okay, so I agree with that. Another thing, just along the lines of accessibility. So in BFA, you guys came out with the Hall of Fame with the whole like Horde versus Alliance thing in that expansion. And it became the trigger for cross-realm being available. So the game has seen multiple additions recently to make the game more accessible, so cross-faction being a major one, and then also with the region-wide auction house. Is there any possibility we could get cross-realm at the beginning or earlier in the season in Dragonflight now that the Hall of Fame is less relevant?
Yeah, I think it's like I don't think we're likely to do it right from the very beginning, though we're moving in that direction. We did it for Sepulchre before the Hall of Fame was full. I think it's likely we're going to repeat that again for Vault going forward. In general, the game as a whole, I think, is moving at tearing down server boundaries. We want to make more and more things cross-server. I think we recognize, 15 years ago, back in Classic, if you log into Classic today, you have the strength of sort of insular, self-contained communities where you're seeing the same people over and over again, and there's a lot of upsides that offset the downsides of some of these restrictions. I think in the modern game, really, server increasingly feels like restrictions without as much upside. And so we are systematically working at chipping away at all of those divisions. It just takes time. So I think when we get to a point where things like potentially cross-server guilds down the line and so forth are on the table, I think fully cross-server raids from the start will be automatic. But for now, we want to while we're working towards it, we want to make sure we're not pulling the rug out from our existing social structures. And so earlier, but not day one.
Okay, great. So, and again, just the two more questions basically about raid accessibility. And the main one would be actually talking about something you guys have previously...
Okay, real quick about the server thing. I've heard people say it's bad because it kind of makes everything more expensive because of... And I totally see that, right? Because if you have cross auction houses and stuff, I see how that can very heavily damage the economy because of it's basically like in the real world, right? If you're in a small town and there's there's ads. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna go AFK for a second because ads are running and then I come back. Okay. We're back. All right. I hope the ads are over. All right. So the thing with the cross realm, some people said it's bad for the economy and stuff. And yeah, I get it, because as I said, it's like in the real world when you have like a town somewhere, and then there's like a local bakery that is from your aunt Clarence. And then there's another, I don't know, like, you know, like a local store that has all self-made stuff, and then blah, 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 right? And then all of a sudden, it turns into like a really big city, and then of course there's gonna be huge corporations that build their stores and everything's cheaper there, and then you go there and, you know, there's like a clothes store that is much more expensive, much cheaper, because again, it's a corporation, right? And the same thing would kind of happen to the WoW economy. If you have like a smaller server, then, you know, there's like people putting their stuff on the auction house with certain prices, and it's fine. And at some point, when you merge the auction houses, cross-realm or whatever, then that means that there's going to be huge like organizations, but there's like huge that like have 1 million people farming stuff, and they put it cheaper in the auction house, and yeah, it would suck for not all Clarence, and it would obviously suck for like a normal player, because they have to put stuff up that is super cheap because other people put it super cheap that have much more people or much more time on their hands, right? So like I get that. But then at the same time, it's also has a positive for some players, right? Because that just makes, because there are certain small servers where things are incredibly expensive, and they just don't have the gold. They don't farm gold, or they're not really good at farming gold or whatever, and they can't afford stuff, right? Well, maybe if servers are merged, then things might be a bit cheaper. So it has like upsides and downsides, I guess. At least when it comes to the auction house. So yeah, I don't know. And I'm not sure if there's much they can do about it either. Like I don't think there's like a perfect solution for this problem, really. Yeah, I don't know. They just killed flipping herbs or anything with that, because you can't buy the whole auction house off stuff and sell it then. Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? Because flipping prices was never like a good thing for the game, I think. That was always a bad thing. So I think the fact that that is not possible anymore is better, right? Like that's a positive. Sevlin.
Done with cross faction. I think largely this has been really, really good for the game. Obviously, there's still a few things, like it's a little clunky to invite sometimes cross faction, and then also there's some situations currently with like raid lockouts. Like if you were to race change previously, like let's say for Skolex you want to go be dwarf in your alliance, and that's already fine. Now it's perfectly realistic for you to be able to race change to maybe Blood Elf and still raid with your guild, but it will like brick your mythic lockout. So I think something that can solve this.
Someone has a good take. I want to answer real quick. The only thing I don't really agree with is player power should not be determined by gold. Like Legos, which is a mandatory thing, should not be gold based. Yeah, so that's. I personally also think that should be true, but the problem with player power not being gold based, the only way that can be implemented is by making professions somewhat irrelevant, right? And I think the majority of players wants professions to be relevant. More relevant than they are right now. And the more relevant professions are, the more player power based, the more gold you need for a certain player power, right? That just goes hand in hand, right? Because professions only work with gold, because you're making things and then you're selling it. That's how a profession works. Like that's literally just how it works, right? And the only way to make professions somewhat good but not gold based would be, okay, they could say, all right, so you can craft really good items with your professions, but they're only for you. Like, that's the only way they could make professions relevant without it being gold-based. But that would kind of force every player to do professions, and that's also bad, right? Because not everyone likes doing professions. So if they would say, hey, if you want these items, these really good items for your class, then you need to level blacksmithing, or you need to do engineering, or whatever. And that also kind of sucks, right? Because there certainly are a lot of people that don't like professions. So I don't think there's a good way of making professions relevant without gold being a factor in them. Because yeah, if you make professions not player power related, then they're not great, right? Just make it craftable with currency. Well, but it would still cost gold though, right? So let's say you craft an item with currency. Like, that's literally the same thing. It's the same thing, alchemic. Because if you farm a lot of flux to craft a certain item, then you would still sell it for gold. Like, it doesn't matter how you craft it. It doesn't matter if you craft it with currency or you craft it with other ingredients. It doesn't matter what you require to make the item. In the end, the profession would still just sell it for gold. I mean, be able to craft it with flux and not be sellable? But then it has nothing to do with a profession. And like, then it's not a profession. Right? Like, let's say I farm a lot of flux and then I craft an item with the flux. Well, then it's not a profession, then it's just a vendor that gives me an item if I have enough flux. You know what I mean? Then it has nothing to do with professions. But I don't really know how to honestly, the idea they have with professions in Dragonflight, because they are reworking the professions quite a lot in Dragonflight, right? They're making items be more powerful that you can craft, and then they also create these kind of work orders in the auction house as well. And I think that's honestly a good change, a really good change. Now, it's still going to be gold-based, but that's always how it kind of has been in the past. Like, gold has always been somewhat important in the game. There were times where gold was less important and more important, but there was always always had a relevance, I think. And I think it's okay to an extent, right? I think it's totally okay to an extent. The thing, a lot of people say the WoW tokens are an issue. And, like, I understand where people are coming from with the WoW tokens, but at the same time, just because you can buy a WoW token doesn't mean that you have to. WoW tokens did not ruin the economy at all, no. That's a wrong, that's a misconception. Because it's getting exchanged for actual gold in game, right? It's not putting more gold into the economy, right? It's being sold for gold and then someone buys, so it's the same amount of gold, it's just trading places. So it's not ruining the economy. It's just the fact that people feel the need to buy it because it exists. So, like, understand it costs inflation. I don't see how it can cause inflation when it doesn't increase the gold that is in the economy. right? Like, it's not, the tokens don't put more gold in the game. It's the same gold. Like, if there's a server that has 500 million gold, someone buys a token, it's still gonna be 500 million gold. Because one person sells the token and the other one buys it. It's not affecting, it's not inflating anything. But well, whatever. Like, the token itself, like, I understand that people don't like tokens. I 100% understand that. Like, I definitely do. But just because they exist, it really doesn't mean you have to buy it, right? And I think sometimes people are just too tempted, and then they blame the fact that it exists, when you really just don't have to buy it, right? Like, you can totally... Like, I don't think I ever bought a token. I don't think I did, ever. And if I did, I don't remember, but then it only was one or so. Maybe two, I don't know. But I don't think I ever bought one. And... Like, again, like, I don't think you ever need to buy tokens, because you can literally just farm the gold in game, right? Like, you don't have to. So if some people buy tokens, then that's literally, like, that just means that you could do something that you couldn't have done without it. So let's say you buy a token to buy a legendary vessel, right? Well, that just means that if the token didn't exist, then you wouldn't have the legendary vessel. Yeah, you also wouldn't have spent the money, but you also wouldn't have the reward. If you have the time. Yeah, okay. But listen to me. Before tokens existed, what did you do when you didn't have the gold? You had to farm it, right? And then it just took you a bit longer to get your reward. You can still do the same thing now. No one is preventing you from doing that. If you spend the money to get the gold quicker, then that's on you, right? Like, you chose to circumvent the time requirement to get something faster. And I don't see a super big issue with it. I'm not the biggest fan of the... Okay, so I'm just generally talking about the gold token now, right? The fact that I don't think, like, people think it affected the economy, like with inflation, whatever, and I just don't think that's true, because of, it's not increasing the gold that is in, like, the economy, right? Like, it doesn't add more gold to the economy, so it's not actually causing inflation. But I do agree that the way they did vessels was bad. I don't think vessels were a good design, like, by any means. I'm not a fan of that at all. Vessels were way too expensive, and the way you created them, it was just dumb, honestly. Like, I don't agree with the vessel thing at all. Now, the thing, though, is that it was maybe a bit, like, the impact that vessels had was maybe a little bit... like, people maybe thought it's worse than it actually is, because all of the gold that he needed was in that one item, basically. You know what I mean? Like, in the past, in the history of World of Warcraft, there were many items that you could buy for gold that gave you player power. There were many, many, many versions of professions that you kind of had to spend money to get player power, right? That always existed, like BOEs, for example. Then we had stuff like profession items, like that you could craft, like leather working pieces then there was cloth pieces, like blah, blah, blah. Like, there was so much stuff in the past that you could buy with gold that gave you player power. But it wasn't so, like, funneled into one specific item. It was, like, more spread out on many items. And then it wasn't as obvious to, like, a player, right? Like, for example, when we had corruption, you could get so much player power from buying certain items with certain corruption effects on it. But it wasn't one item, right? It wasn't one item that gave you all of the player power. It was like a bunch of different items that gave you a lot of player power together. So technically you could still say, back then it sucked, right? But in Shadowlands, the thing that gave you the most value was the vessel. So all of the money they need to spend was all like concentrated in this vessel, and you could say, okay, I'm not gonna buy a vessel. But then obviously you would have a lower item level, that legendary, and that sucks, right? So that's why I'm thinking that people maybe, not exaggerated, but people maybe got a bit blinded by the fact that there was one item that held the most power, compared to it being many different items. Because when it's many different items that give you player power, then some people just say, okay, fuck it, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy any of that. Or maybe you only buy one of them or whatever. But the vessel just felt so mandatory to players because it was one item. You know, I don't know. I don't think vessels were great, honestly, but I don't think that gold being like a required thing in game. I don't think that is bad. It of course always needs to have some sort of like cap. Like I don't think that you should be able to buy like 5 or 6 different items from like a profession person and all of them are like best in slots, you know? Because that would suck, right? Then you literally need gold for 6 items that are best in slot for you. And that's obviously a horrible timeline. But if there's like one item or something that is best in slot for you that you need gold for, okay. You know, so be it, in my opinion. It also depends on the price, but yeah. I think the main issue with vessels was not necessarily the fact that they existed, but the fact that Blizzard constantly like changed legendaries and stuff throughout the expansion, and all of a sudden you needed to craft in a different slot. Like I think that the system itself was just not very intuitive. If they would have given you the option to change your legendary from one slot to another, then that already would have solved a lot of problems, right? Because if I have a legendary on my ring, but then for some reason later on I want this legendary on my boots with the same item level, I need to buy a new vessel. And that really sucked. Because then it's the same item just in a different slot, but you still have to spend like the same amount of gold or more gold than before. I understand that you have to buy another vessel for a higher item level legendary, like I get that. When we go from season 1 to season 2, you have to buy a higher vessel because your legendary goes up. Okay, I got it, right? But if I want the same legendary from the same item level from one slot to another, then that should have been easier, right? There should have been ways for you to save gold if you already had something, right? And I think the same goes for increasing vessels as well. If you have a tier 6 vessel and you want a tier 7 one, I think there should be a way for you to get the tier 7 vessel a bit cheaper because you already have the tier 6 one. If you have tier 1 vessel and you want to buy a tier 7, then you need to pay the difference, right? I feel like there should have been a way to compensate the gold that you've already spent on certain vessels. And they just didn't introduce that kind of stuff. But yeah. I think in Dragonflight, the profession system is getting reworked quite a lot. And I hope it's going to be good. I'm personally not a profession fan in general. Like, I'm not going to do professions, I don't think, even with the rework. But I hope that it turns out well. Because a lot of people really, really like professions. And WoW has been kind of bad with that aspect of the game, right? Like, that's been pretty bad. So the whole work order thing seems really exciting. The fact that you can really specialize in certain professions seems really cool. The fact that the professions also tie in with the factions as well. Because if you guys have seen the renown system, replacing reputation, a lot of the renown steps give you recipes for professions. And I think that is really cool because I think there's going to be a lot to do for players that want to do more casual content. So you're going to have so much stuff to do. Like if you're a blacksmith, you're going to go ahead and farm renown for this certain faction to unlock this certain recipe. And then you do renown for the other faction, you unlock that recipe. And it's just like, it's all kind of connected, right? Professions are connected with renown. Cosmetics and everything are connected with it as well. And I don't know, it seems pretty cool. So I personally think it's going to be good. In reality, how it's going to turn out, we don't know. But yeah, we'll see.
Or is basically, is there any progress being made to the technical limitation of cross-faction guilds? Is it something maybe mid-expansion or much longer than that, do you think?
There's definitely progress being made. It's something we want to do. It's not really responsible for me to commit to a time frame. I would say I would like us to do it before the next expansion.
Okay.
But it's in the hands of a lot of engineering problem solving, and just, you know, a lot of these changes are pulling on a thread in, you know, code and systems that have been built to work a certain way for 20 years, and realizing like, hey, this is trickier than we expected. It may be easier than we expected. We'll see. But definitely recognize there's some awkwardness, as, you know, some groups have had people faction change that want to keep raiding together, and not being able to share the same guild chat, the same guild repairs, guild bank, etc., guild achievements gets in the way. A lot of the other stuff you talked about, I think a lot of those are what I would consider bugs. There's a few that we're working on tracking down specifically with cross-faction whispers or invites.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a group with somebody, if you've applied to the group finder group, if you're trying to reply to a message, like, all of that should just work. Anytime it fails to work, that's a bug. Now, but the thing we want to make sure is that, you know, there's some opt-in connection. You're not just getting a whisper from a random, you know, cross-faction person that, you know, ganked you in the outdoor world or whatever. And then also similarly,
like, honestly, I don't even want to know what kind of mess the World of Warcraft like engine is, like the whole code. Like, I can only imagine how messed up it is, honestly. Like, the funny thing about it is as well that sometimes people say, oh, why don't they change this? Why don't they fix this? Like, wow, what the hell? And there's like, it can't be this hard. And surely it's true sometimes. There's definitely some bugs sometimes that they could fix pretty easily, I think. And they just like forget it or don't do it or whatever. But then other times there actually are bugs and stuff that they probably literally just like fixing it would take forever, because they're just, as you said, they're just piling code on top of code, because this game is just so old. And I don't even know. Like, I think, and I would honestly be interested in it. Like, I'm not sure if this is something that would really work. Probably not. But is there a way of like completely redoing like the game? Like the code? I understand it would take like incredibly long. Like, I get that. But I'm wondering if that would be like worth it in the future. Because I understand that it would be like a super big endeavor to like literally say, hey, we're gonna take this game and we're gonna like code it all again in like a more organized way, right? Like, I understand it is like a lot of work, like a lot. Like, I get that. But then I guess it depends on how long WoW still stays alive. Because if you can realistically say that World of Warcraft is still gonna be a working game that people play in like 5+ years, maybe more than that even, wouldn't it be like a cost, like it would eventually be a cost save, no? Financially, that will be decades to pay off. You really think it's gonna be decades? Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I understand that it will be years until it's lucrative. And I obviously also don't know how messed up it is at the moment. But, I mean, surely it will pay off eventually, right? That would mean they'd have to release WoW 2, new engine equals new game. I mean, it doesn't have... Like, they could literally just make the same game again. Just because there's a new code doesn't mean it has to be WoW 2. New code is a new game, though? New code, new game? I don't understand. They can just make the same game again, just in a cleaner code, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying they should make anything different. They just make everything the exact same. Except that the code isn't spaghetti code, and it's all like, you know, splatter. It won't be the same, though. I mean, it won't be the same code, but the same outcome, is what I'm saying. Like, you can... The way coding works, right? You could literally have 100 pages of code that has the same outcome as 1 page of code. Is what I'm saying, right? Like, the outcome is the exact same, but the code behind it can be like 1 page or 100 pages. And I'm saying that they could literally like fix the code and have the same outcome, technically. Well, maybe a better outcome in a sense that there's like less bugs or whatever. It will never come out 100% the same. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, these are semantics now. If one ability works slightly different, or there's a design that looks slightly different, okay, whatever, you know. That's not the point. TGP is at 7 p.m. today. But doing that would be like designing a new MMO, would take years. Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand it would take a really long time. Well,
welcome to the gang.
It's not the
One
same
of
though,
us.
right?
One of
It's
us.
not like creating a new MMO, because you already have everything. You just need to rewrite the code. Or like change the code. It's not that you have to design the models again, or design the story, or design classes. Like, you literally, like, the only thing that changes is the actual code, right? Like, it's not like designing a new MMO. Like, it's just not, right? Thanks for your Prime sub, Star Classics. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Like, I'm not... Okay, listen to me. I'm not saying that this is easy. But people are making it out to be as if it's impossible. Like, I'm sure it's possible, right? Like, how did they make the game in the first place? Surely they can do it. Like, I'm saying it's a possibility, right? Didn't they do the exact same thing with League of Legends, by the way? They literally did that with League. I think. I might be making this up as well. So basically, you can do what you're saying, but it's not worth it. The effort and money required wouldn't be anywhere near the cost of refactoring what code exists. Yeah, so, yeah, I agree, right? Like, I totally understand that point. I totally understand the point that it's basically like an investment that would only be worth it in, like, the long run, right? Now, if they knew that World of Warcraft would be alive and well for this long, they probably could have invested in this a lot of years ago, and it would have paid off now, technically, right? Now, the problem, I guess, is they don't know how long WoW is gonna work out well. Otherwise, they might make an investment, because it is literally an investment, right? Because they could literally say, hey, we're gonna continue our game just fine. And then there's like a department that we have, like Team C or whatever, that is working on rewriting the code as everything else keeps going as normal. So you basically hire a team that works on this while you continue everything else normal. And of course, that's like an investment. Like, you literally have to pay them like a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time. But eventually, once they're done, you know, then you apply the fucking new code or whatever. Like, I know it's not that simple. Again, like, I understand it's not that simple, but we know what I mean, right? And then eventually it would pay off, because certainly at the moment, the amount of time that they have to invest into stuff like this, that is like engine related, code related, that could be a lot easier, is costing them a lot of money right now, right? Surely. Like, surely if they would have created World of Warcraft, like, literally Shadowlands would have been like a completely new game that they created, then everything that they have to invest into changing the game would be cheaper and faster. Well, faster equals cheaper, right? No, I'm not saying make WoW 2. That is not at all what I'm saying, no. Yeah, exactly. Sarcotharg, yeah. Anyway, this is just a hypothetical thing that I was thinking that could fix some issue. Because the amount of times I hear stuff like, we just can't do that. Like, and I'm just thinking, if this is holding them back so much in so many different aspects, right? Like, I hear this constantly. It's like, oh, we can't do cross-faction guilds. Like, it's the code, you know? And then when it comes to, like, tournaments as well, like MDI and TGP, the amount of times they say this is impossible, I'm just like, okay, well, fuck. Like, I get it, I understand, but then at the same time, I just feel like it's holding them back so much. Wouldn't this be, like, a worthwhile investment at some point, right? Because, like, stuff like TGP, like, where you can't observe games properly. Like, there's no observer mode. There's no sandbox mode. There's no, like, literally any mode. And it, for some reason, like, I don't understand exactly what the problem is, but for some reason, it's literally impossible to make this happen, you know? And it's like, you can't pause the game either, of course. Pausing the game is impossible. And you can't, like, really rewind. And you can't, like, you know, it's like all of this stuff where I'm just thinking, oh, well, okay, it sucks. Would have been nice if they could implement it, but they can't, right? And I'm thinking, oh, well, maybe the fucking code sucks. I'm just kidding, or you know what I mean? It just feels like so many things would be solved if it would be a prettier thing, you know? It's like all compact and nice. Yeah. Anything is possible? Yeah, okay. Whenever people say it's impossible, like, okay, listen. I understand when they say it's impossible, it's maybe not actually impossible, but realistically impossible. Because if something requires so much work that you literally need, like, a whole team working on it for a month to have, like, a small change, then that's obvious. That is realistically impossible then, right? Because it's always, like, cost versus reward in the end. And if you have to sit down a fucking team of devs, or, like, I don't know, and they have to literally rewrite code for a month to get, like, one small change, that affects barely anything, then that is realistically not technically impossible, but kind of not possible, right? So that's why I'm saying, right? If the whole code would be pretty and awesome, then things like this wouldn't take a fucking month anymore to fix. Anyway, let's continue.
Really, I think faction change, that's just something we need to change. Like the fact that it stops your lockout is a vestige of how the system was built, when of course 2 people of opposite factions couldn't be in the same raid in the same lockout. We just nuked your old one to avoid that collision. We shouldn't be doing that now, but again, that's an example of an old system that needs to be updated.
Sweet. Okay. All right. So this is a big one, and this is again, I've heard your philosophy on this multiple times. The WoW has gone through a very long history of going back and forth between bring the player or the class. So last expansion, playing perfectly optimally, there was about 7 spots in a 20-man raid that were basically required with something that you could not really replace with any other class. This expansion so far, again, taking a few
TGP's
liberties,
at
but
7.
even leaving a few out, there's a bit closer to 12.
I know White Scale at 10.
Speaking for a not world first or
That's
high
wrong.
level cutting edge team who will probably make it work regardless, but more for the 10 to 15 man AOTC level teams
I'm sorry.
that might not have some very powerful buffs or might have to swap classes and like play something they maybe don't like as much to make themselves more powerful. I understand a lot of people don't need to be fully optimal, but yeah. Basically, can you explain your philosophy around raid buffs and how it's differed from X-Back to X-Back, where some classes were not required and now might be?
Yeah, so okay. Let's see this. Let me make sure I have
That was a
all
long
of that
question.
right.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, okay. So like I guess I mean so some of it is stuff you mentioned that I've talked about in the past, but I think the origins of bring the player, not the class, were like the extreme other end of the spectrum back in late Burning Crusade, where it wasn't just raid buffs, it was a matrix of party buffs. And it was, as people saw in BC raiding, well, you need a rogue in the group with a warrior to give battle shout. The warrior needs Wind Fury or they're bad. And sometimes you'd have somebody who's a good player, plays a class that's theoretically good, but you don't have room for them in your specific raid party matrix. And so
Thank
they
you 2
can't contribute.
months. Thomas,
That
I
felt
appreciate it.
clearly not what we wanted. And we moved away from that steadily. But I think where we're moving back towards is class mattering, making sure that the best raid composition, if you want to be optimal, is one that has representation of all 12, soon to be all 13 classes. And that's 20-player Mythic raid format supports that. I think that's something that is friendly for pugs as well in a flex raid setting. Like if you're a pug leader, you're trying to recruit the optimal group, get a group together. If you don't have a warlock, you should be looking for a warlock. If you don't have a hunter, you should be looking for a hunter, as opposed to which is the meta range spec, this tier, let me just bring 5 of them and we're good to go. That helps provide social opportunities for the full range of players. Now, that said, we want to make sure that none of these buffs feels too impactful to the point that it's like, you can't go without it. It's utterly mandatory at multiple levels of play, not just, the top tier level. In that case, we want to look at things like tuning. We want to look at things like alternate buff items that can provide a substitute, or just increasing availability. I think the 2 most classic ones in this space are, Bloodlust, Battle Res. I think no group at almost any level is going to go without them. The percentage of classes that brings those buffs has decreased naturally over the years. That's something we're looking at changing. So a little scoop for you. I think you'll probably see this in the next beta build, or next alpha build rather. Evokers will bring Bloodlust. So we'll have a 4th Lust class in the mix. We're also looking at adding Battle Res to 1 more class. Possibly Paladins, likely Paladins, but don't 100% quote me on that.
Okay.
Yep. And then for the rest,
Okay.
we want to take a step back and look at the whole ecosystem now that we've explored the space of individual buffs, on the class level. We don't want to close that door and say, no, we're not doing this. But it's absolutely possible that when you take all 38 specs in their totality, there's just too much of this now, and we're too close to the Burning Crusade space, at which point, over the next month, we'll want to pull back on some of those.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So actually, I will have a follow-up question on that, because that was actually, first of all, that was an amazing answer. Thank you for that. But so when you talk about a scenario where, okay, if you are trying to play optimal.
Okay, I quickly want to talk about this because this is probably one of the things I disagree the most with their opinion. Because most of the time I can understand where they're coming from, but I think this specifically is something where I just don't see the logic at all. Because what Ian is saying basically is they don't want you to have to bring a certain class, and they don't want you to play Tetris with your group setups, right? But then on the other hand, they're creating now so many group buffs that it kind of does make you do that exact thing that they don't want. And then additionally, like I think the group buffs specifically need to be as few as possible. Like I think group buffs are fine if there's only like very few. Like for example, when we have Wind Fury, I feel like okay, you know, Wind Fury, okay, like I'm not a fan of it. I don't think it's great. I'd rather it not existing at all. But you know, you have one group buff. Okay, fine. Then you just make sure that people are in your Wind Fury group. Okay, whatever, right? But if you add like 4 or 5 group buffs, then the exact thing is gonna happen that Ian said they don't want to happen. That people have to play Tetris, and it specifically is bad for flex groups, right? Like I think group buffs are specifically bad for groups that have like an uneven number of like raiders. Like if you have 11 people, like there's one person who's alone in a group who gets nothing, right? Like I think especially for flex raids, group buffs are like really bad. Because in the past, group buffs, your raid was always like 40 people, always 20, or always 25, right? But now we have flex size, so now we have group sizes of 7, of 13, of, 21. And then you literally just don't have one group, it's just not full. And if every other spec has a group buff, then that really is annoying for those people that are in like a really small group. They're like no buffs whatsoever, right? So that is a problem. And then additionally, I think that class buffs, the way Ian has been explaining it, only makes sense with pure role classes. Like for example, Mage. Mage has Arcane Intellect. Okay, I think that makes sense, right? Because then you invite a mage into your raid. Because let's say you're looking for a damage dealer, you don't have a mage yet. Well, okay, I'm going to be looking for a mage. And that kind of makes sense because now mages are not going to get excluded. They're going to be invited to this group because they specifically want a mage because they don't have one, right? Now, that makes sense for pure DPS classes, right? But as soon as it comes to a hybrid class, this logic doesn't work out anymore in my mind. Because let's take druids. Druids are getting Mark of the Wild. Now, at this point, you're not looking specifically for a damage druid. You can just take a rest druid, or you just take a guardian druid. Like you literally can just take any role of druid, which I don't think supports like the underrepresented like specs. I think spec buffs do make sense if there's a certain specs that don't necessarily are represented to get them in. Like so, let's say Feral Druid has Mark of the Wild, then you want to get a Feral Druid, right? Like then it makes sense. You're specifically looking for Feral. But if you have a class buff and there's 4 different roles, I don't think a Druid player, generally speaking, I'm sure there are some people, but generally speaking, I think most players that play Druid play a specific spec. Or maybe 2. But I don't think I've ever seen a single Druid that plays all 4 roles like in like an actual like high-end gameplay, or that like they're all their main. Like I don't say I'm a Druid main and then someone invites me to a guild and they're like, oh, okay, today you play Guardian, tomorrow you play Feral, and the day after you play Rested Druid. Like, that's just not how it works, right? If you're a Druid, you probably are a specific Druid. Like, you're a Balanced Druid, or you're a Feral Druid, or you're a Guardian Druid. Like, I don't know. Like, it's cross-roll, and cross-roll is something that most people don't necessarily do that much, right? So I'm not saying that no one does. Surely there's some people that do, right? But most people that play a hybrid class play a specific spec. Like if you play a paladin, you probably play holy paladin. You don't play prot, ret paladin, and holy paladin, right? Now with pure role classes, it's usually different. Not always, but it's mostly different, right? If you play a mage, then maybe you play fire and frost. Sometimes arcane, whatever. Of course, there's also people that only play one single mage spec and nothing else. Like that also exists, but it's much more likely for a mage player to play all a little bit than it is for a hybrid class to play all a little bit, because it just makes no sense for you to switch role in any like environment, really. Like it just makes no sense. So these kind of class buffs for hybrid classes, in my opinion, don't have any effect that they want. Like the thing that they're looking for is not working out, in my opinion, if a hybrid class has a buff. Like I just don't get it. I just don't think it makes sense. And the same goes with these group buffs that I've been talking about. They have to remove a lot of those group buffs because they already have too many. Like I think we have like 3 or 4 group buffs now. 4? Okay, let's count. So we have a rogue group buff. We have Wind Fury group buff. We have Evoker has a group buff. We still have the Warrior group buff, right? Yeah, Skullbanner. Then we have Demon Hunter. No, I'm talking about group buffs. Does Demon Hunter have a group buff? I don't think so. Or do they? Either way, it's like 4 or 5 group buffs right now that we have. And I think that is already too much, honestly. The magic debuff is a raid buff. It's not a group buff. I'm talking about group buffs. Party buffs. But, yeah, this whole Tetris thing that they're talking about, I think it's going to work out. Now, Ian did say at the very end here that he thinks that they're going to have to tune that down or tune that back, which is good, right? So at least they're acknowledging the fact that there might be a bit too much going on, because that sucks. I hope they actually do that. Like I hope they tune back on some stuff and remove some of the group stuff that they have, because it already seems like a nightmare, honestly. Paladin battle, like the thing with battle res, like I'm still under the impression that battle res should just be ever healer. Because why not? Like I just really don't necessarily understand why battle res can't just be a healer thing. The reason why I think this way is because battle res and bloodlust are a very specific utility that are almost always irrelevant for raiding. Like I think in a raid, to have a battle res in a raid is so easy. Like the amount of times you created a group and even had to think about inviting a battle res, I can't even remember. Like it just happens. Like, right? Like I feel like you never specifically have to look for a battle res class, ever. Because there's so many different classes and specs that can battle res, you almost always automatically invite someone who can do it. And I think the same happens with bloodlust as well in raiding. Like you want the mage for intellect, so you automatically have bloodlust, right? Like I think it's so easy to get bloodlust in raid and battle res in raid. It's just, it's a non-issue for raiding. The only aspect of the game where battle res and bloodlust is an issue is in plus. That's the only issue, because in PvP, battle res obviously doesn't work, and bloodlust doesn't work, right? So for PvP, it's not an issue. For raiding, it's not an issue, because usually there's so many players that cover it, you just have it, right? It's only an issue in plus to not have bloodlust and battle res, and therefore I don't see the issue to give all healers battle res, because that just makes it so you always have a battle res and it's always your healer. and it never like makes you bring a specific healer. Because I don't think that should be the case. I don't think there should be any healers that have super important utility that others don't have. And Bloodlust, I think, should be something similar. I think Bloodlust, honestly should just be a thing that's not necessarily all damage dealers provide, but maybe there would be a way in M+ to get Bloodlust, like, by default. I don't know. Because I just don't understand why this incredibly important utility should be tied to certain classes if the only aspect of the game where it matters is 5-man content, where you're so restricted in what you can bring. I just don't think it makes sense. You generally brought a specific healer in places like halls for decurs or something? Yeah. The thing with decurs or whatever was somewhat okay, I think, because other classes were covering it too, right? Mages can dispel curse, druids can dispel curse, shamans as well, I think. Yeah, shamans too, right? So there's like 3 classes that can dispel curse, and they don't necessarily have to be healers, right? Like it's also not great, I think. The thing with the dispels is also not something that I'm a super big fan of either. Because M+ is already so restrictive that I don't think you should restrict it even more. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, dispels being streamlined for M+, I think is also a good idea. The problem is that dispelling is different to Bloodlust and Battle Res, because Bloodlust and Battle Res, in my opinion, only really affects M+, while dispels affects PvP and raiding as well. So that is a little bit of a more difficult thing to fix, in my opinion, because if every healer can dispel every type of effect, then that totally affects like PvP a lot, and it also totally affects raiding a lot as well. And then it's like, okay, you know, like then understand if they maybe are a bit reluctant in changing that. But what they could technically do, they could just say that M+ only has magic effects, for example, right? They can just say, okay, there's no poisons, disease, whatever, there's just magic. There we go. Now all healers can dispel it. Period. Her idea takes away class uniqueness. I disagree. I disagree that class uniqueness is tied to you being able to use Battle Res. Or not being able to use it. Class uniqueness, I understand, is important, but like, how unique is it to be able to press Bloodlust or Battle Res if so many classes can do it? Like, right? Like, there's so many different classes that can Battle Res. I don't feel very special that I have Battle Res as a druid, honestly. I just, okay. I have Battle Res. Warlock has Battle Res. DK has Battle Res. You know, I just feel like, okay, well, it's just a thing I have. If another class gets Battle Res, I'm not gonna feel bad about it. It's just like, okay, whatever. I think class uniqueness is much more important to, like, class fantasy or whatever, I understand is important. But if every single healer gets a Battle Res, I'm not gonna feel worse about my Battle Res. Like, I don't know, I just... that's not, in my opinion, a thing that affects me very much at all. And if that is an issue, like, because I don't want to disregard this, right? If your Battle Res would feel worse if all the healers get it, they can just make it unique in a sense, right? They can just say, hey, all healers get Battle Res, but there's like some downside to it, or other Battle Reses are a little bit better, you know, stuff like that. Because, for example, right now, Soulstone from a Warlock is a better battle res. Like, the Soulstone is just better than any normal battle res, because you can preemptively put it on a person, right? So that is something that no other battle reser can do. So that makes Soulstone already special, in my opinion. But not in a super broken way, in an interesting way, I think, right? I don't necessarily think as the Soulstone as like super OP or like mandatory. Soulstone is just like a nice tool to like do death skips or to rest after you wiped on a raid boss, stuff like that. I think it's a very unique way of a battle rest. And I think they could do the same thing for classes that have battle rest now. Like, for example, a Druid's battle rest used to be instant. They made it a cast time now, but maybe they could make it instant again to compensate that all the healers get a battle rest. So if you are a Druid and your class fantasy is to have a battle rest, well, then there you go, you can instantly battle rest again. So it's not like super insanely good, but it's like a unique kind of nice thing to have. And then, I don't know, the DKs could also have something special with their battle rest. I don't know. Like, maybe if they battle rest a person, it also, I don't know, like, battle rest is something else, or it gives them a buff, or I don't know. Like, you know, they could just have something extra for the classes that already have battle rest now, and give the healers, like, a normal battle rest that is, like, slightly weaker, or, like, slightly less special, or whatever. Yeah, Druid has like a conduit that gives him a food buff when he battles as well, which is also kind of like a unique little thing. DK Valorous could make them undead with a special talent for a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, something like that, right? I'm sure there will be some cool ideas they could do that is not like super impactful, but it would be kind of cool, like a flavor thing. I think they should iterate on class uniqueness in a perfect world. Are raid buffs the correct solution, or what would you like to see? Okay, so for me personally, I think that class uniqueness is important for a lot of people. For me personally, not. But I understand that it's important for a lot of people. But I am under the impression that class buffs are the worst kind of like uniqueness that they could really do. Like, it's literally like the easiest way to force class diversity and like class uniqueness in such a boring way, in my opinion. Like something like a stamina buff or an intellect buff, in my opinion, that is so boring. Honestly. Like, you literally sit there and you press a buff. And then everyone is a bit more stamina. And it's like, oh, yay, I'm a priest, you know? I give everyone stamina. Fuck no. Like, it's just boring. So, honestly, I think there will be much better ways to enforce class uniqueness and to also enforce class diversity by giving classes something special that only they have, that is much more interesting than a class buff. For example, and I'm always going to take this as an example, Warlock Gateway. Warlock Gateway is probably the best, like, unique class utility that exists in the game, in my opinion. That makes Warlocks so interesting, because there's so many boss fights where you really want a Warlock for Gateway, right? Like, having that Gateway is just so nice, it makes the fight so much easier, and it's cool. But then you don't ever really need a Warlock Gateway. There are some exceptions, I know, but most of the time, you don't need a Gateway. Like, you can kill the boss without a Gateway, right? But there's a few bosses where it's just really nice to have. And I think stuff like that is amazing. Like, something like Gateway is so, so cool, in my opinion. Much better than, like, a stamina buff, right? Thank you so much for the sub, by the way. 2-time cornhole champion. Thank you so much. So yeah, something like Gateway, something like Healthstone as well. I think Healthstone is also a unique utility that, unfortunately, both of those unique utilities are Warlocks, which sucks, because they already have a gateway, then they also get Hellstone. It's like, okay. Yeah, something like Druid Roar, Stampeding Roar, Ankh Totem, I think is also like a really cool, unique utility that Dresser Shamans have. Windrush, Grip, Life Grip from a Priest, DK Grips, stuff like that. I think that is really unique and that is really special. Like, I think that really, really makes those classes so, like, unique, special. They bring this certain utility that is really good for this, blah, 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 right? And I think there are a lot of classes that have unique utility, but most of it is just not impactful enough, I think. Like, of course, there's a lot of stuff like AoE stuns or single target stuns or Sap or Cyclone or stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of unique utility, but the problem is that a lot of this utility is just not very useful, especially in raiding. And class diversity literally is for raiding, right? Like, there's no other aspect of the game that they would want class diversity for. Like, that is specifically for raiding, right? And raiding is unfortunately also the only aspect of the game where a lot of your utility is not needed. Like, in M+, you need a lot of utility. In PvP, you need a lot of utility. In raiding, half of your abilities are useless. It's just true, right? Like, you do a raid, there's bosses you never need to interrupt, you never need to root something, hard to see something, there's no stun required, there's no raging dispel, there's no magic dispel, curse dispel, you know, like, there's just some bosses where you literally just half of your spells in your bars are not required. You can literally remove them from your bars and you would be fine, right? And that is a specific raid problem, which obviously, in my opinion, sucks. But I also think there will be other solutions to this problem. Instead of trying to solve it with certain raid buffs, they could just try to enforce the utility a bit more, right? They could try to create boss fights where certain utility is more needed, possibly. So it's not so useless to have all of those spells. Or they can give classes more unique utility that is only useful for raids, or that is more useful for raids than like for other stuff. Because yeah, I don't know, like class buffs in my opinion are just kind of boring. It's just like the least interesting thing they could add, really. Like Aspect of the Fox. Honestly, they should bring back. I'm honestly a bit sad that they didn't bring back Aspect of the Fox for Hunters, because they brought back so many class buffs, and they removed Aspect of the Fox in the past because it was really OP. But the only reason why it was so OP, in my opinion, was because most casters were a lot more immobile than they are now. Like, so many casters could barely move because they were so, like, rooted in place with their rotation. Like, there was barely any instant cast that you casted. Like, if I watch some of my old, like, kill videos sometimes, it's insane how little ranged had to move because they weren't able to cast anything while moving. So a lot of the boss fights were designed around ranged players being immobile, right? Like, the boss fight literally was designed around that. But nowadays, ranged class are a lot more mobile, and that's why a lot of the bosses also require range to move a lot more than if you think of boss fights in the past. Like, if you think about a boss like Lei Shen was a really cool fight, people loved it, but the amount of movement required on the boss was, like, incredibly minimal. The only time you really had to move a lot was in the intermission, and in the intermission, you didn't really attack anything anyway, right? You were just like AFK, doing nothing, so it didn't matter. And all the other time, you just stood still and casted spells. And nowadays, when you think about something like Jailer, you're constantly moving around, even as a ranged player, right? So a lot of ranged players have so many more instant casts that makes them more mobile. And that's why I think that Aspect of the Fox would be a lot less OP now than it was back then when it was introduced. And I understood why they had to remove it back then. But nowadays, I think Aspect of the Fox barely even has like a big impact at all. Like, I honestly think Aspect of the Fox would honestly be just whatever, you know? It would only be like a cutting edge thing where people really optimize their Aspect of the Fox usage, I think. And outside of cutting edge, like really like close end range timers, I think Aspect of the Fox would honestly be just like a nice tool to have, but it wouldn't be like mandatory or anything. So I think it would be cool if they would bring it back.
You maybe will want to have one of every spec. I think there's a couple of polarizing versions of raid utility right now that I kind of want to hear your opinion on. So currently, I think of the, how many classes are there now? Is it 13 with evokers?
Yep.
Okay, with 13 classes, I think 10 have ones where they have have either an hour-long raid buff that is basically irreplaceable, or are in some way bringing them to raid. Like, for example, warlocks don't have them, but if you've been around, gateways, hellstones, summons, wipe recovery, all those things are extremely powerful, and you need one of those classes. How do you look at abilities like DK's Death Grip, where it's not a class you need to have in the raid every pull, but if there is a raid boss or a dungeon or something that requires grips, that is as important or more important than that. So how do you balance between classes that just have a button that puts them in the raid versus classes that have such strong situational utility where they're needed immensely for small things, but not for every boss?
So you're asking us to nerf Death Grip, in other words. No.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Honestly, carefully. Like, needed is the thing that shouldn't be something that we're building in encounters, certainly on non-mythic difficulties. Like, if having knockbacks, having Death Grip, having a certain tool makes your life a bit easier in normal and heroic, great. And again, like, pug leaders, especially, like, pug leaders are encouraged.
Like, okay, I don't understand this, because he basically just said that he doesn't think that something like a Death Grip should be needed. But at the same time, they want classes like Bloodlust to be needed? Or class buffs to be needed, right? So why do they want class buffs to be a mandatory thing, but Death Grip not to be mandatory? Like, what's the difference? Isn't it the same thing? Thanks for 2 months, Wookie. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I guess he also thinks that something like an intellect buff is not needed for a heroic raid. I guess that is what he's saying. Which I obviously disagree that intellect buff is not needed, but like, that is a very thin line in my opinion. It's like between needed and not needed. Like, I don't know. It's definitely a bit, yeah.
It's flex raid for a reason. Look for a Death Knight. There's a ton out there who are actively looking for groups. Get one in, it'll help you. Philosophically, like, we talk about normal versus heroic. I think part of the difference there, like, a normal group, normal mode is pugs, but also just really casual friends and family groups that are just there to play with each other. They're not looking to bring strangers into their group. They're not necessarily looking to, like, recruit to get a certain class or re-roll. We want to make sure that at that difficulty, you can succeed regardless. You can succeed with a very suboptimal comp as long as you have the basics covered. At heroic level, like, to some extent, the difference there, even if you're not like cutting edge mythic, there's some challenge, there's some coordination, you care about success. You're not going to bring along a person who's doing 50% less damage than everybody else if you're failing to meet a DPS check. And so in that space, bringing in classes that can help you is useful. If it's ever literally impossible, then we're going to probably make mechanical changes to the encounter. We're going to give you more time. We're going to, make a cast interruptible. We'll do something there. So it's like, it's not just ridiculously punishing if you don't have that specific class. Honestly, though, like, things like Death Grip, we would like more of those because it's so cool, because it's more than just 5% damage or whatever passive buff. It lets you shape your strategy, and I think lets the player who is the Death Knight, even though they may, resent having to run out and do some utility at the expense of their parse here or there, it lets them feel like they have a special role that's contributing to their group's success.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. Also, just because chat's definitely, like, these DKs are wild, but yeah, I was more kind of along the lines of, like, implying, like, I think it's hunters, DKs, and shamans, I believe, that are the only class in the game basically that has situational fight utility instead of just they have something that makes them in all the time. So I was kind of just saying, like,
And
maybe
Druid, I guess.
if you did actually want, where, like, okay, you will always have at least one of these, so you have 8 spots, or sorry, 7 spots now to fill with just what you want. If you're being optimal, obviously you don't have to be. If you're being optimal, and then you have that. But currently there are, I think it's only,
Yeah,
you're
no, they're
kind of
getting a
trending
raid
in this
buff.
direction, so maybe we haven't seen the
I
full
guess
vision
I
of
was
it, but,
talking
like, there
about
is
right
still,
now.
I think, like 2 or 3 classes that don't have something that puts them in the raid all the time.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, I mean, we are looking at representation across, just what the actual stats are. We want to have a good, something we feel is a good idea, something that's elegant, that's not, it's easy to say, okay, this class has nothing, they get some new passive 3% stat buff, now everyone has to.
Yeah.
But that feels like a cop out. So it's like, if there's a representation problem that we need to solve, and we're coming up with a good idea, we want to move in that general direction, but not at the expense of elegant design.
Excellent. And actually, this actually isn't even a question. I just wanted to bring something up on the note of, like, bringing classes to raids and make sure it's accessible. Along something that's often forgot about when talking about the DK thing we talked about at the beginning of this interview, where it was the video you were watching was not about DKs. It was about melee representation in raids. And I want to say, since that video, you guys have actually done a very good job at that. This expansion so far, Sanctum and Sepulcher, as opposed to, like, the normal comp, you've been able to stack basically as much melee in both of those raids on every boss as much as possible, and that has not happened before previously in WoW. So whatever adjustments you guys made there, it didn't actually trivialize melee, which was my fear for it, and it did make them more accessible. So just thank you for that.
Cool. Thank you. And yeah, kudos to the encounter team. Really, I mean, It's something we talked about as an active goal. Like, how can we get ideal raid representation and melee versus range balance better representing our actual class mix, and do that without, like you said, just making the fights patchwork for melee. Because that was the traditional way back in the day of, like, all right, these mechanics just don't target melee. Cool, they can just stand there and punch the boss for 5 minutes, but that's not a good experience for them either.
Yeah. And then just one more last thing before we move on to Mythic Plus. So you did mention something about, if you need to, you would potentially add them back. But just to specifically ask so if you feel like it's hard enough to get certain things in the game, you guys are not opposed to potentially bringing back the scrolls that existed in BFA, or potentially maybe not buffing Lust Drums back to what they are, because you just added another class that brings it, right?
But I mean, I think we're open to it. I think part of the challenge there is also, when you think about where the scrolls are used, they're not just a raid consumable. They become, a mandatory consumable for every dungeon situation, where by definition you're not going to have class representation because you can't. And then it also starts to turn into, like, well, wait, so the thing that I bring as a warrior, as a druid, whatever, is like a 2% better version of this buff, where people don't have to spend gold on a consumable. Like, that just makes their contribution feel less cool. So ideally, we would want to find, a middle ground, whether maybe that's reducing the baseline power or otherwise tuning, so that it just still feels like, cool, we have this class, this is a benefit that we have, and the difference between having it and not isn't, something that you can't overcome otherwise.
Okay. And just one more note that it just popped up to me.
Okay, so here's the thing that I think stuff like scrolls. I personally think scrolls existing would be fine if they would only work in raid. Because I totally understand that scrolls working in Blast would be kind of dumb. Because you literally have to bring, like, 1 million scrolls, and it's expensive and annoying, and yeah. But I think scrolls for raiding does make sense, because you still get as downtime for not having the certain class. Yeah, I understand that scrolls are more boring than class buffs, but it's like a band-aid fix if you don't have a certain class, right? Like, I think it would be totally fine. So let's say you're raiding and you can't find a mage, like, you're looking for a mage, but you can't find one, right? Well, then you get an intellect scroll. It's not as good as the intellect buff, but at least you have, like, a compensation buff for it. It would still be better to actually have a mage, of course, right? Like, it would be better to have the mage, but if you tried to find a mage and you just didn't get a mage, well, should he really be punished that much? Wouldn't a lesser punishment be fine? And for M+, I understand they should just not work, right? So maybe they could just make scrolls and say, okay, this works in a raid and it doesn't work anywhere else, there. Fine. And for Bloodlust, I think it should be the opposite. For Bloodlust, I think that drums, if they don't want to give Bloodlust to more like people other than like Evoker, then I think for Bloodlust that drums should work in M+, close to actual Bloodlust. Only for M+. Because in a raid, it's so easy to get a Bloodlust person, so I think it's fine. You don't need drums in a raid. But I think in M+, it really sucks when you have to look for a Bloodlust class. Especially because it really just enforces the meta so much. Right? Like, I swear, whenever mage is good, like just decent, whenever mage is decent, their value to get invited gets like skyrockets so high because mage has Bloodlust and they have intellect buff, which is both of it is just so valuable for M+. So mage doesn't even have to be like insanely good. They just have to be like maybe like average or a bit better than average, and they'll get invited, right? While other classes that don't have Bloodlust, they don't get the same treatment, right? Because Bloodlust is so important in M+, and in comparison, there really isn't that many classes provided. So I do think that drums should work in M+, to like a higher value, in my opinion. It shouldn't be the exact same value as Bloodlust, but slightly below, right? Because I don't understand why because it's not annoying to buy drums, in my opinion. Because drums is something you use like once in a while. It's not a buff that you have to keep up constantly, right? I totally understand that scrolls are annoying for M+. Like, I get it. You have to buff scrolls, someone dies, you have to buff scrolls again, you know? Like, it's just really, really annoying to keep up scrolls. But drums is different. I think drums is something, like, you use it once every 10 minutes, if even, and you'd only need it if you don't have a Bloodlust person. And yeah, like, I think it's totally acceptable to buy drums. I don't think drums is like the most annoying thing in the game to have, right? Thank you so much for gifting us up to Studelia, Anonymous. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thanks for 64 months sensation. Welcome back. Thank you.
Me this expansion in Shadowlands, as opposed to before, you actually you have consumables you use at like the beginning of a dungeon or beginning of a raid fight that is actually in a much higher number than you did previously. So you have like the armor kits, you have the sharpening stones, the oils, that kind of stuff. Do you guys see that continuing into Dragonflight?
That's a good question. I think we've probably gone a bit too far there, and I think as we're nailing down, just finalizing professions for Dragonflight, want to take a step back and see what the sum total of that experience is. I think a lot of those examples that you gave were things that we did to make blacksmiths and leatherworkers, frankly, feel more relevant, feel like they had something that, other than the legendary crafting templates, they could sell that was part of the economy. Dragonflight is solving that problem on 5 other levels. So, a world where you need to apply 5 or 6 things, it makes each one of them less meaningful, and also just the general economic burden of like doing runs, doing the content, probably gets to be higher than we want it to be.
Okay. So that's it for raid. I just have
very
a few
good,
more
very
questions
good.
about Mythic Plus.
It's so funny because I talked about this very subject like a while ago, like a month or 2 ago. I said that they should just remove scrolls. I said they should remove oils and they should remove armor kits. And the amount of backlash I got for saying that was insane. Like, people are like, what the fuck? Like, I care about my oils and about my armor kits. And I'm just like, excuse me? Like, what is wrong with you? Why do you care about armor kits and oils? Like, I just really don't understand. And then people were saying it's because of the profession, because they are inscription or they're blacksmiths and they care about selling them. And then I kept arguing, okay, like, I get that, but wouldn't you rather have something else that makes your profession more meaningful than armor kits and like oil and sharpening stones. And like they heavily disagreed, but I'm sure it was just like, I guess people didn't, like sometimes people just don't think logically or rationally or think at all, I don't know. And clearly, as Ian just stated, there are so many things that make professions more relevant in Dragonflight. I don't think having armor kits and oils is needed anymore, right? Like I don't think it's if there's so many other things that makes your profession relevant, then why do you need something like armor kits and oils, which just feels like the most annoying thing to apply and has like barely any impact? It literally just like the most annoying thing. Like it's honestly like it's just like why? Thanks for 5 months, Colonel Sheet. What's up? What's up? Is it true all faded rates will be available next reset? As far as I'm aware, no.
Plus,
Sure.
so the Mythic Plus system in Dragonflight, kind of getting a sneak peek of it in Season 4. So I think it'll actually, you know, probably be a lot better now that you've had a run at retuning some old raids, which has been really nice. The only thing that I could kind of think of as a potential downside is that what happens if, you know, in Season 1, you run into one of your new Dragonflight dungeons that is just extremely good. It is like the key that people want to run, not because it's easy to time. It's just like this key is so very fun. You can think of many. A lot of people have different opinions of these, but like what that would be. It may sadden Mythic Plus players that they have an amazing dungeon and they don't get to play it for a long time. So basically what I'm asking is, what's the balance of good versus new? And if anything, what you might not be able to speak on this because it's kind of in the future, but like, do you have any plans for Season 3 or 4 of Mythic Plus? As at that point, you've kind of shown what you'll do in Season 1 and 2, right? You'll have 4 Dragonflight and 4 returning, maybe to bring back some old favorites.
Okay, I quickly want to answer this question because we literally already have an answer to this. Because we have Season 4 right now, and all of the most of Shadowlands dungeons are not playable anymore, and I'm not missing a single one of them. Do you? Like, I never wake up in the morning and think, oh, I wish I could do Halls of Atonement right now, or I wish I could do the other sides. Like, not a single one that I miss. I think it might have to do, like, I think I'm definitely biased because I didn't like Shadowlands dungeons. I almost liked none of them. The only thing I tolerated and kind of was okay with was Halls and Mists. All the other keys I really didn't enjoy doing.
Yeah, hello.
So I guess for me, I'm a bit biased in that regard. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Farf. I appreciate that. But I'm honestly just, like, I'm totally fine with them being out of the rotation. Like 100% fine with it. Like I rarely ever even think about Shadowlands dungeons anymore. I'm just like, whatever. I'd love to play Plaguefall. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a difference though, because we had those dungeons for much longer than what we're gonna have the Dragonflight dungeons for. So I think there might be a little bit of a issue with the actual time. But we'll see about that, honestly, because maybe it would be better to have the same dungeons for 2 seasons and then switch them out instead of only being 1 season. Like, I'm not sure, but they can find the balance for this, right? We're gonna see how it ends up being, because obviously it sucked to have the same dungeons for a whole expansion. Like, that did suck, right? But maybe only 1 patch or 1 season, maybe that's actually too short. Like, maybe people start getting familiar with the dungeons at the very end of the patch, and they start really liking them because they're now really comfortable, and then they're gone. You know what I mean? We'll see how that turns out. But maybe having the dungeons for like 2 seasons would be better because of that reason. Because dungeons are very, like, mastering dungeons takes a long time. Dungeons are not like raids. In dungeons, the trash mobs are also as important as the raid bosses. Or the dungeon bosses, rather. And the amount of abilities and things that you can know about a dungeon is much more than what you can know about a boss fight. Like, a boss fight has limited amount of things that can happen, while a dungeon has, like, almost infinite amounts of things that can happen in combination, especially with the affixes and the key level and whatever. So it takes a person a lot longer to get really familiar with a dungeon. And in my personal opinion, the more familiar you are with a dungeon, the more fun it is, I think. So that could technically become an issue if it's only like 1 season, right? Because then, as I said, if you get really familiar with a dungeon at the end of a season and then they remove it, then it's like, thanks for 28 months, Emresh, what's up? But we'll see, honestly. We'll see. Maybe it is good to switch it out every season. Yeah, it's very possible that they do 4 new for old first season, 4 new for old second season, and then 8 new. It is very possible that they do that. And then it might be fun. That is a very high possibility. I honestly think they have, like, Max just asked Ian, but I'm pretty sure they just don't know yet. Like, being honest with you, I don't think they have planned something exactly for season 3. I think they'll just see what happens. Because that makes the most sense, right? Because let's say Dragonfly comes out and people hate the new dungeons but really like the old ones. Then it would be kind of weird if in season 3 all new ones are a season if they really didn't like them, right? So maybe they'll just decide on the fly what's gonna happen. Like, maybe in season 3 they bring a new mega dungeon and 2 other new dungeons and 4 old ones again. Like, I don't know, we'll see. Thanks for 2 months, TKD. What's up?
Yes, I think we definitely have room to revisit, maybe tweak or update, or just revisit as they were if everyone loves them, a dungeon later on in the season.
GGP doesn't stand.
I think
you know what? I'm actually
season
going to type
2
this
is
to
almost
them.
certainly.
Somehow they messed up the timer somewhere on their website, or where is this? I'm going to tell them. It doesn't start at 10 p.m. It's 7. They messed up something. It's on YouTube or what website are you talking about, Steamweaver? That's live in 6 hours, right?
Going to be the other 4 Dragonflight dungeons plus
yeah,
4
at 7
other
p.m.
legacy ones. But beyond that, I think one thing the structure does
3
is
hours.
also gives more room for us to potentially add all new dungeons over the course of an expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Something we would like to get back to doing more of. I think back in Legion, when we last did this, one of the quick challenges that we ran into was integrating a brand new dungeon into a pool of dungeons that the community had already mastered.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Cathedral Mythic Plus rolled out.
Oh, this
like,
is such a good point.
That was a super dead key for a long time, even more
Seat
so
as
with
well.
Seat of the Triumvirate.
Yeah.
Yep. And like, it wasn't actually like the challenges.
That's true.
It wasn't they were in some cases they were actually harder, but like beyond that, it wasn't that they were that much harder. It's that you were comparing a dungeon the community had 1 week of knowledge of to a dungeon they had been running, for over a year.
Mm-hmm.
But treating them equally in terms of rewards, in terms of what challenge they were supposed to offer. When we have all new pools, that's not an issue anymore. So I think as we look towards the later seasons, if there's new dungeons introduced, that actually naturally goes there. We definitely can revisit any favorites from the first 8 while continuing to rotate through cool legacy dungeons.
Excellent. That is a perfect answer.
Ooh, yeah, this is something I never considered, actually, because I had this idea some time ago where I was thinking that they should rework the way they do dungeons, which they did now, right? Like they are going to release the dungeons differently now. But I had a different idea. Like basically what I was suggesting is that they should release less dungeons at the start when the new expansion comes out, and then add more dungeons over the course of the expansion for each like raid. Like whenever a new raid comes out, I was thinking that there should also be a new dungeon, because why not? It makes sense, right? I was thinking, okay, so you have 6 dungeons on release, and then the raid comes out, and you have 1 extra dungeon that gets released with the raid because it's themed around the raid as well. So you have Castle Nathria plus Sanguine Depths or whatever. And then the next raid gets released, and then you have a dungeon that goes with it. And then the next raid gets released, and you have a dungeon that goes with it. So I was thinking consistently releasing dungeons over the course of an expansion would keep dungeons and then plus more fresh, because you constantly have these new dungeons that get added to the pool instead of always having the same dungeons from the start, you know? And I kept talking about this because I thought that that's a huge issue for M+, that you play the same dungeons all the time, which I think a lot of people agreed, and I think also Ian agrees that having the same dungeons all the time is not only bad for people that like playing M+, because it's so it's so samey the whole time, but it's also bad for the barrier of entry for new players, right? I think that is the biggest issue that M+ had, that if you started playing in Season 4, actually let's say Season 3, because we obviously have new dungeons. So let's say you started playing in Season 3. You didn't play Season 2, and you didn't play Season 1. You know how hard it is to get into M+, as a person that is completely new to M+, while all the other players have been playing these same dungeons for like a year? Like, that's insane. Like, it's a huge discrepancy in knowledge, and it just makes new players so unwelcome in M+. It's such a huge barrier of entry that doesn't happen anywhere else. Like, it doesn't happen in raiding, because in raiding, the old raid is not relevant anymore. So if you didn't raid Castle Nathria, well, that's fine, right? Because it's Sanctum of Domination now. You don't do Castle Nathria anymore, so it's okay, right? But in M+, this never applied, because in M+, you always did the same dungeons, and that caused a lot of players to just not be able to start doing M+, because they just had to catch up on so much knowledge, right? So the way they are solving the issue now, because I never thought about the fact that if you add a dungeon to an existing M+ pool, that it makes those dungeons less liked automatically because you're not experienced in them. Because I already talked about this earlier, the more comfortable you are in a dungeon, the more you actually like it. I think this is something that happens subconsciously as well, because a lot of people maybe did a dungeon for the first time, and they're like, I don't like this dungeon so much. And then you end up playing it a lot, and you get really comfortable in it, and then you really like the dungeon, right? Because a lot of the time, it's frustrating if you don't know what's going on. And I think this is a really big reason why so many people don't like Lower Karasan, for example. So many people dislike Karasan because, honestly, Lower Karasan is the most complicated dungeon that has ever existed, I think, in any M+ version. Because Lower Karasan, the amount of, boss fights there are, the amount of trash mobs there are that do different things, it's insane. Like, the knowledge that you need to know exactly how to play Lower is crazy. And I think that is a very big reason why a lot of people don't like Lower Karasan, because it's overwhelming, honestly. First of all, it's really hard. Like, that is obviously also a point. But difficulty is not something that necessarily should affect how much you like something or you don't, right? Because I sometimes like dungeons that are hard, because why not? Like, why is something more difficult automatically less fun? So I personally like Lower Karasan. I think it's a cool dungeon. But the problem is that I have played Lower Karasan before, and I know Lower Karasan. Like, I know what the mobs do. I know what the bosses do. So I don't have this problem of not having the knowledge. And that's why I think that a lot of people that don't know Lower Karasan, they're super discouraged to play the dungeon, because it's so complex and so complicated. The amount of time it would take you to get used to that dungeon would be forever. And then you know that Lower Karasan is only part of the dungeon pool this season, and then it's gone again. So it almost feels like, why should I spend so much time learning this super complicated dungeon when the knowledge doesn't matter anymore afterwards, right? So I think that that is an issue for sure as well. And I don't think it's as much of an issue if the dungeons are a bit easier, because I think Lower Carison is definitely an exception because it's so complicated. Because most of the other dungeons that we only played for a season, people are much more knowledgeable about it. Like if you think about Gambit or Streets of Wonder, I think both of those dungeons people are much more comfortable about even after like 2 or 3 months compared to Lower Carison, right? Because yeah. Yeah, I totally understand MBG. And like I'm honestly, like I'm not blaming anyone for hating Lower Carison if you don't know what's going on there. Like I 100% get it. Yeah, King's Rest, for example, like obviously I know every person has a different opinion, but I personally always kind of liked King's Rest. The only thing I really disliked about King's Rest was how restrictive and how linear it was. But a lot of people disliked King's Rest because the bosses were really hard. And I loved that about King's Rest. I thought bosses being like a challenge is always really nice. I'm a big fan of that. I don't know, I guess, you know, people are different. People like different things. But I always liked bosses that are harder because it makes it more interesting compared to a boss fight that literally does nothing and you just stand there for 3 minutes fighting a boss that does nothing. You know, like to me that's boring, right? So I'd much rather have the boss do something that is that requires you to play good. But yeah, then the other problem with King's Rest was that it was very, very restrictive. You had literally like walls that you can't pull through until you kill this trash mob, and you know, like it was just like ugh. That was the problem that I had with King's Rest. Like you literally had to kill pack by pack by pack before you can keep on going. Like it's like ugh. No, not walls you cannot pull through, but like walls that like stop you from going further is what I mean. Like when there's a literal door that doesn't open until you killed that certain trash mob. That is something I dislike. I just like when there's more freedom and you can choose what you do, you know? Because if I want to do like a super crazy pull that is really difficult but very efficient, if I pull it off, then so be it, right? Like I personally like that. Because it gives the players the freedom to pick and choose what they want to do. It's like, oh, I want to pull 5 trash groups together. And it's like super crazy and you're probably going to wipe if you do that. But at least I have the possibility to do so if I want to do like a crazy thing, you know?
So just a question about gear. So this gets brought up a lot, but I just kind of want to maybe phrase it in a little bit different way. So with Mythic Plus becoming more of an endgame avenue for people, is there a potential to add higher level loot acquisition for people who are doing top world level keys specifically? So like obviously raiding and PvP both get functionally higher eye level, but a lot of people exclusively Mythic Plus. Basically, is there a Mythic Plus key level that exists where it is kind of the same thing as killing maybe the last 2 bosses on Mythic, even though obviously you don't have to, you know, find 20 people to raid with, and then one is spammable for loot, and one of them is a weekly lockout, all of that included. Just have you guys had any more thoughts on that?
I mean, I think there is a key level that exists. It's definitely a different key level for Lower Karazhan than Workshop, but you know, that's one of the challenges too. This spammability of it definitely is a factor. That's something we've grappled with when it comes to Mythic Plus loot since its introduction back in Legion. You know, because of how varied dungeon pools are, because of just the social factors of if someone's running a dungeon on a Saturday, we don't want people feeling like, well, I'm already locked for the week, or I've already maxed out on my loot for the week, so I don't want to run it with you. That's led us to every dungeon run gives you some loot, but of course balancing that against weekly throttled systems like, you know, just raids and PvP means that if it's too rewarding, we just completely killed raiding. And I would argue that one of the problems for not
Minus
mythic
6 Mann,
guilds so much,
Skalatas?
but normal and heroic guilds right
Meine
now,
Lieblingsfarbe
is
habe
the
ich
tension
keine.
between raid rewards and
Gibt es
mythic
sowas
plus
wie eine
rewards.
Lieblingsfarbe?
If you're in a group progressing through
Ich glaube,
heroic
erwachsene
over the
Leute
course
haben
of the
keine
season,
Lieblingsfarbe, oder?
but half of your raid is running 15s outside of raid time,
Als ich klein
you
war,
don't
habe
really
ich
need
immer
that
blau
raid loot anymore.
gesagt, weil
That
meine Augen
increasingly
blau
causes
sind.
division within the group, even between the people who are
Aber
doing
ich habe
mythic
nichts
plus and the
Blaues.
people who aren't.
Also.
None of that is great. So anyway, all of that said, the direction I think, if you're in a fully throttled systems like, just raids and PvP, means that if it's too rewarding, we just completely killed raiding. And I would argue that, one of the problems for not mythic guilds so much, but normal and heroic guilds right now, is the tension between raid rewards and mythic plus rewards. If you're in a group progressing through heroic over the course of the season, but half of your raid is running 15s outside of raid time, you don't really need that raid loot anymore. And that increasingly causes division within the group, even between the people who are doing mythic plus and people who aren't. None of that is great. So anyway, all of that said, the direction I think we'd like to move in, though I don't have specific changes to announce, is on the one hand actually trying to, between tuning and rewards, bring that baseline down a little bit, or at least bring the baseline challenge up a little bit, so that there's more of more parity between raid, dungeon, PvP rewards in that space. But at the same time, find ways to let Mythic Plus players reach the top of the mountain. Like whether it's, I don't know, whether there's some level that you clear in your Great Vault that lets you get Mythic End Boss quality loot or whatever else. We'd like to make them truly equal in that sense, but there's some problems to solve along the way.
Yeah, definitely. There's also, I think this season kind of...
Yeah, because this is something that I honestly think that people are not talking about enough.
Wer bist du denn?
And whenever I talk about this, people think I want to take something away from them, and they hate me for it. Thanks for Prime Sub, Larson. Appreciate that. So basically, I was saying that I think the M plus rewards we have right now is much easier to obtain in comparison to raiding and PvP. And in my opinion, it causes a discrepancy or like a problem that people don't identify as it being like a difficulty problem, but rather like a loot problem compared to raiding versus M+. Now the thing to me though is, like, if you look at the vault, right? If you kill a mythic boss, or you kill 2 mythic bosses, right? You get a high item level, like, item. You get a 3 or 4 item. And to get the equivalent of that in M+, you have to deplete a 15 key. Like, the difference in difficulty, like, if you compare that in difficulty, it's not even close to the same. Like, it's just not, right? I think we can all agree that doing a 15 key is far and beyond easier than killing a mythic boss. Like, that's just true. The amount of effort you have to put in is much easier. The work it requires is much easier and less time investment as well. And it's just a problem, honestly. Because a lot of people are arguing, oh, well, but I can't do Mythic Raid and I still want 3 or 4 items. So you want to take away my items? Like, I don't have time to do blah, 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 right? But that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to take away items from players. I personally think that the difficulty between the Raid Vault, the M+ Vault, and the PvP Vault should be as balanced as possible. Now, I understand that balancing between difficulties is really hard. Like, it's impossible to say, okay, which key level is the equivalent of killing a mythic boss, right? Like, that's obviously not really possible to say exactly, but I think it should be at least somewhat more in line, because I think we can all agree that a 15 key is not it, right? And I understand there's no exact key level, right? You cannot say, okay, killing Sludgefist is the same difficulty as a plus 25 or something. Like, you can't say that, right? It's impossible to tell exactly. But there can be a range of key levels that is at least a bit more closer to the rating difficulty compared to what we have now. And I think equalizing that already helps the cause a lot. Because why are so many people farming in plus gear? Well, because it's easy to do. Why else would they do it, right? If they would have to put a lot of effort into M+ to get to a high rating and then be able to get certain items, then I think a lot of people wouldn't feel forced to do it if they don't like doing it, right? In my opinion. Because almost every single PvE player at the moment plays M+ to get loot and plays M+ to unlock the vault. Why? Well, because it's way easier than getting the raid rewards and getting raid items. That's just a fact, right? So if they would equalize the difficulty, then a lot more players would maybe just not do M+. And in my opinion, that's a good thing, because if you don't really enjoy doing M+, and you only really do it to unlock the vault or to get the loot, then what's the point of forcing this player to do it, right? So I'm going to give you a good example, right? Because people are immediately turned off of this idea because they think they can't get high item level items anymore. But let's assume if you do heroic raid, let's say you do a heroic raid, let's assume that would make you eligible to get 3 or 4 items from the vault. Just like hypothetical idea, okay? This is not actually something I want. But let's say you kill 2 heroic bosses and you get a 3 or 4 item from the vault. That, in my opinion, would be the equivalent of doing a 15 key. Killing a heroic boss. If even. It maybe even it's a normal boss, honestly, fuck. But then the vault would be equal. And in that case, maybe people would actually do more heroic raids, right? Like, imagine heroic would give you the same reward as plus 15 in the vault. Well, then maybe people would do more heroic raids if they like heroic. But nowadays, with the way the vault works now, why would I spend my time doing heroic raid to unlock the vault if I can just do Mythic Plus, where I get higher item level from the vault and higher item level from the Valor upgrades too? At the moment, M+ is just straight up better, with less effort required and less difficulty. So if heroic would give 3 or 4, then I think it would be more balanced in difficulty, and people would actually start doing heroic raiding if they enjoy raiding more than M+, right? So that is a problem I think they should solve for sure. Because if it's more equalized in difficulty, then maybe people would raid more, first of all. And then second of all, by equalizing the difficulty between raiding M+ and PvP Vault even further, I would also think that they can increase the item level you get from M+, because less people would feel forced to do it if it's actually hard, right? Because let's say you can get a 311 item from the vault, from a plus vault, if you do a plus 30 key. I'm just going to make this up right now, okay? Let's say you have to do a plus 30, and then you get the possibility of getting a 311 item from the vault. I don't think people that don't like playing in plus, they wouldn't all of a sudden say, oh, I'm going to do a 30, right? No, they wouldn't. Because that is like, that is a kind of the same challenge compared to raiding right now. Because think about the Mythic Vault. I'm sure there's a lot of M+ players that don't play Mythic raiding, even though they could get upgrades from Mythic raiding. Now, why don't they do it? Why don't they go and do Mythic raiding to get the 311 items? Well, because it's a lot of effort and a big commitment to do so, right? And I think that same reality should be applied to M+ as well. They should just make the rewards so high, to such a high, like, keystone level that is comparable to Mythic raiding, that people just don't feel the need to do it because it is a big time investment, right? Because then they can increase the item level for M+ without it being something that everyone just does, right? Because at that point, only players that really like doing M+, would go through the trouble and the effort to actually get such a high keystone to actually get the reward from M+, right? So yeah, that is something that I think Ian also kind of like talked about, that I hope they're fixing. But at least that's what I understood what he said, right? I just explained it in a little bit of a different way. But I'm pretty sure that's kind of what he was referring to, right? Like the fact that M+ is so, like it feels so mandatory because it's so easy to get the items there. And then people that don't do it have a disadvantage. And he also was saying that maybe M+ players could get higher item level versions and so on. So, yeah. If that is what they're trying to do, or if that is their like understanding, then I think that would be a good change. Doing a key is as easy as queuing in LFG. Doing a mythic raid is finding a capable guild, accepting schedules, and adjusting to it. I'm confused. How is that relevant? Like, I understand that... I obviously understand that mythic raiding is a bigger commitment. Like, I get that, right? But why couldn't M+ be a bigger commitment as well? Because doing a +30 is not... like, imagine you have to do a +30 to get the highest item level. Do you think anyone would just do that? No, right? Because that would be a big commitment as well. Doing a +30 is a pretty big commitment because it's not like doing a +15. Like, doing a +30 means that you need to really learn the dungeons, you need to become really good at them+, you need to level up your key, like, you know what I mean? Like, that would be a really big commitment to be able to do a +30, right? Maybe even, like, a similar big commitment than, like, joining a Mythic Guild and raiding with the Mythic Guild. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that the rewards that you're getting from the M+ vault should be, like, the commitment for getting a high reward for M+ should be similar to the commitment that you need to put into, like, the getting the mythic rewards from the raid. And that would automatically equalize the amount of people that actually put the effort in, right? Because if you don't like M+, you're probably not going to bother trying to do a 30 key, because that would be such a big commitment, time commitment, and effort that you think it's not worth it. But right now, the amount of time and commitment you have to put into doing a 15 key is very, very, very minimal. So you feel more forced to do it because it's so easy, right? Thanks for 2 months, Hanhapu. What's up? I understand it doesn't matter to you, but I guarantee if you change loot rules for M+, a lot of people will quit and pugging is not worth it anymore. You mean quit the game? Or quit M+? Because quitting M+ is not bad. You think people would quit the game because they I mean, honestly, if you play the game exclusively because you get certain rewards from pugging and plus keys and you're not enjoying any of it, then you're better off quitting the game, honestly. Like, sometimes people pretend as if not getting a certain reward is gonna make you quit the game. So, like, what's the point? If you're not are you not enjoying the actual process of playing? Like, are you not enjoying the M+ that you're doing to get the reward? Because if not, then maybe it is better you play something else. Because you should be enjoying the actual thing that you do, right? You should enjoy the M+ that you're doing. If you feel forced to do M+ for the reward, but you would rather raid, then isn't that bad? Like, isn't that the problem? And if you raid only for the reward and you play in Plus only for the reward, and you do everything else only for the reward, and you don't enjoy any of it, well then what's the point in playing the game at all, really? But yeah, a lot of people right now play in Plus exclusively for the rewards, not because they really like it. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing. And changing that, I don't see why that's bad. Honestly. Like, I don't see why... Like, for example, let's say doing world quests gives you, like, a really big reward. I hate doing world quests. So I'm doing them right now because they give me a big reward. Right? Let's say they nerf the reward from world quests. Would I quit the game because I don't get a reward from world questing anymore? No. Why? I would be happy. I would be like, fuck yes, I don't have to do world quest anymore. And that's the exact same thing I want them to do for M+. Where the people that like doing M+, they should still be rewarded, and they should still, like, get whatever they want out of it and, like, play it, right? But people that don't necessarily like M+, they shouldn't get super easy rewards out of it. Because at that point, they're just doing it to get the rewards and not because they like doing it. And the thing that I was suggesting is fixing that. Why should the best item level be available for everyone? That's literally... I mean, that's not what I'm saying, right? Unless you're not talking to me. I'm saying the opposite, right? I'm saying the best item level should only be available to players that put equal amounts of effort into no matter which vault it is they're unlocking. Raid and Plus or PvP. I feel forced to raid to do Mythic Plus. Why can't there be 10-man Mythic raid? Okay, the thing that I suggested literally solves this problem, yeah? Like, I literally just suggested that if you do a really high M+ keystone level, that you would get equal item level to Mythic raiding. So in that scenario, you would not be forced to raid as an M+ player. People who like M+ for easy rewards are being abandoned with this. Okay? So what? I'm sorry, but, like, where's the problem there? Oh, I'm not getting easy rewards anymore. Oh, no. Like, I don't know. Doesn't the reward thing make metacoms even more toxic if you get rewarded for plus 30 keys? Like, you can only get best gear if you play one of the 5 meta classes, or maybe that's kind of the point since you commit to the class meta. What do you think? So the meta in Plus will always be a thing. Like, the problem, of course, with M+ is that it's only 5 people that can join the group. So there will always be a very imbalanced meta. That's just like a fact, right? It will never change. They can surely balance it a bit more. 100%, right? Like, the balancing that they're doing for M+ is, like, very limited. And they could balance it more. That is for sure true. But I do think that if there's a meta in M+ for really high keys, like, let's say, oh, Warlock is the best or whatever, I don't think then it's a big problem that only those classes get the best item level, because it kind of, like, you're basically trying to gear, if you only play in Plus, right? So you're not doing anything else. You're literally just playing in Plus. Well, at that point, I think it's okay if certain classes can get higher item level than the others if they're just better. Because then, I mean, I don't know, you can re-roll, and you can play a different class. If you really want to play in Plus really well, then, you know, you can play a different class. Or you stick to your class, and just try to get as high of a key as possible. Like, I'm not trying to say that getting the highest item level for plus should be like the absolute highest keys. When I said plus 30, it was, of course, a little bit of an exaggeration. I don't think 30 should be the highest key. It definitely should be a key level that any class can do, right? Like, I'm not saying that you should have to do like a plus 35 or whatever to get the highest key level, right? But if it's like a plus 28, plus 27 or whatever, I think literally any class can do that. Yes, of course, it's going to be easier for certain classes than others, but it's still possible for every class, right? So if you really want to play a certain class that is not considered that good for M+, well, you still have the option to get the highest rewards, right? I feel like in general, max item level should be achievable by at least 50 to 75% of the player base. The rewards of the upper echelon should be purely cosmetic. Okay, so I disagree with this take, and the reason why is because the more, like, 50 to 75% is such a huge percentage that they would have to basically give you mythic item level loot from doing normal mode raids. Like, that would literally, that's how, maybe even less, like maybe even LFR, honestly. And the thing is, like, I 100% understand why people want the possibility to get high item level. Like, I 100% get it. But here's the thing, and this is honestly, like, we're seeing this happen in real time. Like, the players are honestly getting worse at the game. Like, the average player in World of Warcraft keeps getting worse at playing World of Warcraft because it keeps getting easier and easier to get items and rewards, and people put in less and less effort because they don't have to. And I think that's bad for the game, I think, because the more you give players for free, the less effort they need to put into the game. We're having ads. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go AFK for one more second again, okay? And when I come back, then I will continue this good take. Be right back until ads are over. Be right back. Alright, do we still have ads? I think comparing items to real life is not necessarily... Like, it's not the same, right? Because you have to think about it this way. When you get gear, like, this is the most important thing to me, for example. Like, what's the purpose of items? It makes your character stronger, right? That's all it does. And why do you need your character to be stronger? Well, to do higher content. So if you don't want to do difficult content, why should you get the best gear possible when you don't actually need it? Like, I think there's just a disconnect, right? Like, it's like saying everyone should get something that you don't need. Let's say, like, what is something you don't need in real life? Something that is like cool, but you don't like you don't need it. Like designer clothes or something, right? Like, are you saying that designer clothes should be cheaper because everyone wants them? Like, what for? Like, you know what I mean? And I understand that that's not necessarily like. Of course, everyone wants items, even if you don't necessarily need it. Like, I get that, but should that mean that everyone should just get it? Because I do think that for players that are more like that have a more casual approach to the game, I think it's good to encourage them to do something that requires a bit more like effort and also like skill in the game. Because I understand people want items, right? But doesn't it feel much better to get an item if it was an actual challenge to you? This happens usually subconsciously, right? Yeah, everyone wants rewards, obviously. But the easier it is for you to get the reward, the less special it feels, right? And this is obviously a subconscious like process, but the less like performance is required for you to get something, I do think it discourages players from actually trying to get better. And that also means that they feel less rewarded when they actually get it. So making the best gear accessible to 50 to 75% of the player base automatically means that a lot of the players will be discouraged to even try to get better, which in my opinion is wrong. Like that honestly is gonna make people quit the game, I think. Like, people are gonna stop feeling as rewarded and also, like, literally just not want to play anymore. Like, imagine 75% of the players would literally get the best loot. That automatically means that it's also much easier to get loot. Right? And I don't think that would be good at all. I think that would be very bad. Thanks for 200. Appreciate that, Misty. Yeah, I'm not saying that that's true right now. I'm not saying that right now 50 to 75% of the player base can get the best gear. That's not true. I'm just saying what would happen if that was the case. Thanks for 9 months, Kisuko. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I would like the reward to be easy for me and everyone else to have it hard. The problem with the current dev team is that they got WoW into the state it is by listening more to influencers that play the game for a living and ignoring casual players. Casuals are the bread and butter needed to keep WoW in... Okay, so I 100% disagree with this take. 100%. Because it's true. It's undoubtedly true that the game became easier for casuals compared to what it was in the past. There's no doubting that. We have facts in front of us. It's so much easier as a casual to get gear now, the best gear, than it was a long time ago. Like, it's literally the opposite of what you're saying. The complete opposite. And I don't know where this notion is coming from, that they're designing the game around high-end players, when it's just the opposite. They made it easier and easier to get gear. It's just true. Like back in previous expansions, you only got gear if you did heroic raids. That's the only way you got the best gear. There was no other way. Now we have so much more catch-up mechanics. We have ways of you to get gear. Like, you can literally get full geared through the vault by just depleting a bunch of 15s every week. Right? Like, you literally get 3 or 4 items from the vault by depleting 15 keys. And yeah, it will take a long time, but eventually you'll have it, right? Now you're comparing an era of the game that is in no way at all resembles what the game is today. Yeah, but because that was the argument. Someone in chat was saying that they catered the game over the years towards the high-end players and the influencers that play the game 24/7. When in fact it was the opposite. Like, even when you think back in Legion, it was harder to get gear than it is now. Like, you have to admit that, right? Because, okay, so I've been a Mythic Raider since basically the beginning of time, yeah? And I always had so much more item level than a casual player in the past. Like, the difference in item level that I had, the difference in character strength that I had compared to a non-Mythic Raider was always much bigger than it is now. So yeah, it is the opposite. They made it easier to get gear. So what? I'm literally just talking about this one statement. I'm not saying it affects me in a good or in a bad way. I'm just saying that it's true. They also took away a lot of the stuff that people got from being the best at something, right? That's because M+ didn't exist? Yeah. And Plus is by default more casual friendly, right? Why gatekeep gear? I don't think you understand what gatekeeping means. Yeah, removing lockouts from normal and heroic also help for sure. Yeah. Anyway, I think this whole argument is a bit the reason why I think this whole discussion is never going to lead to anything is because this is 100% a case of you think you do, but you don't. Like, I'm 99% sure that you think you want the gear to be accessible to you easily, and then when it happens, you just get demotivated and you lose interest because it's so easy. Like, imagine they put vendors into Orbos where you just buy best in slot gear. It's like, hey, there you go. Then what's the purpose of the game? The purpose of the game is literally doing things to get rewarded over time. Like, it's literally an MMO where the purpose of it is getting, like, you put in effort and you get rewarded, right? And the lesser the effort is that you have to put in, the faster you're done and the faster you lose interest. Because if everyone would just get best in slot gear, like 75% of the players would get best in slot gear super easily, then what's the point? Like, then the whole game loses its purpose, yeah? Like, that is 100% true. And if you don't understand that, then you just don't understand that, right? I don't know how to argue that. Because obviously, it's a thing that happens for sure. And that is why MMOs do it the way they do it, right? Yeah, I understand that, Deloria, as well, yeah. I know. Yeah. Do you realize that you need 15 weeks to be fully geared from the vault? Yeah, I'm not saying that's like, okay, so I think, like, I'm not saying that they should change anything regarding people being able to get gear eventually. I'm honestly okay with the fact that people get good gear eventually. I think that's fine. It just needs to be later. Because otherwise, any effort you put into the game is worthless, right? And that's why the game works the way it works. Like, a new patch comes out at the start, everything is super hard to get a high item level, right? You need to do mythic rating, which is super hard. You need to get KSM to upgrade your gear. You need to do high keys, blah blah blah. Like, it's all pretty hard at the start, and then eventually they nerf the raids. Things become easier, blah blah blah. It's more accessible, and so on, right? So eventually, people that are not as dedicated or as good as, you know, the people that manage to clear at the start, they'll still get the gear eventually, and that's like the perfect scenario, right? It means that the gear is accessible to more people over time. It diminishes the value of it, though, because it's good for less longer, right? Because a patch lasts for, like, I don't know, let's say 4 or 5 months, right? If you have the best in slot gear at the very start of the patch, that's great, because then you have really good gear for 4 or 5 months. If you get the best slot gear 3 months into the patch, well, then the best slot gear that you have is only good for like 1 or 2 months, right? Because you got it later. And that's the kind of trade-off for the more accessible gear, right? So eventually, you'll be able to get the gear too, on like an easier version of it, but then the rewards takes, or basically you can reap the rewards for less time, which is basically how they design the game right now, which in my opinion is fine. How would you weigh in on the contrasting ideas of WoW should nerf easy content and make challenging content more rewarding, against the common statement WoW just caters around the top 1% of players, which is bad for the game? This whole catering towards the 1%, in my opinion, most of the time when people say that, it's just wrong. It's certainly, there certainly are aspects of the game that are basically created for the best players. But people apply this statement to a lot of things where it's not true. And in my opinion, it's okay that certain content, because you always have to think about it this way. There's a bunch of different player bases that do different things. So if one part of the game is catered towards a minority, I don't think that's bad, as long as it's not affecting everyone else forever in a bad way. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Nagi. I appreciate that. Exactly, yeah. So there's people, that's exactly my argument, right? There's people that really like, I don't know, like there's people that really like farming mounts. okay, in old content. Whenever Blizzard does something for those people, like whenever Blizzard makes it easier to do legacy content, or whenever they change something around for those players, do I sit here I don't do that, right? I don't farm mounts. But do I sit here in my chair and say, oh, they shouldn't put their dev time into figuring out old legacy content for mount farmers? Like, that's a waste of dev time. Or whenever they create new pet battles, do I sit here and say, oh, they shouldn't put dev time into pet battles because it's only like 5% of the player base that does that, or 2% of the player base that does that? Like, no, I don't say that, right? Because I know there's different players that like different things. And having some part of the game being made or catered or tuned around that player base is okay, right? Because the way specifically Mythic raiding works at the moment is that at the start, when a new Mythic raid comes out, it is tuned really, really difficult, right? Because there are players in the game that really like the challenge and really like to do difficult raid content. It's just true that is a thing, right? So at the start, they're going to have their fun. They're going to go in, do those really difficult bosses. They're going to enjoy their time, blah, 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 right? And then afterwards, Blizzard is nerfing the bosses, and then it's more accessible for everyone. And is that really that big of an issue? If you're like in a normal Mythic raiding game, like for example, I'm a Mythic raider, right? We raid 3 days a week. I don't see Mythic Jailer before it's nerfed like 5 times, right? I don't even see the boss before it's nerfed. So how does that affect me that it's super hard at the start? I don't see the problem. Like, I'm not even pulling that boss in its initial version ever. So why does it affect me that it was so hard early on? I don't think it does at all, right? So in that regard, it's totally fine that it was difficult early, right? I agree. I think some people are projecting their hate sometimes towards the wrong people, right? Like, I totally agree that casual players sometimes don't have like really good content available to them. Like, that is true, right? Sometimes a raid comes out and a new zone, and then the raid is really cool. The raiders are really enjoying the new raid, and the casual content, like the new zone and everything, just kind of feels like shit, you know? Like, it's like, oh, the quests are bad, this is bad, like blah, blah, blah. And then it feels like like casuals have been unfairly treated. It's like, oh my god, my content is bad, and the raiding content is really good. It's like, oh, the game is only designed around the 1%. When that is obviously not true. It's like, the raid was designed around the 1%, yes. Right? The specific Mythic bosses were designed around Mythic raiders. Yes, that's true. But the fact that content was good doesn't mean that it's their fault that your content was not good, right? Because at that point, you should be complaining about the fact that your content wasn't good. Like, that should be your argument, right? If you didn't like Sereth Mortis, then say that. Then say, okay, I hated Sereth Mortis. There should have been more content, more like different stuff. This should have been better, and so on. Right? That should be your argument. Your argument shouldn't be, oh my god, everything is being designed around the 1%, you know? Like, what the hell is the... Like, just because someone else got good content, you shouldn't be arguing that their content should be bad because your content is bad, right? So, and Blizzard is listening, right? Blizzard literally, like, when Dragonflight got announced, there's so many things that they created for more casual players, right? They're reworking the professions. They give you Dragonflying, which is 100% like casual content, right? They give you the Renown thing with the factions, and it all kind of seems to be working out well. Like, it's more casual content. They're literally doing what the people have been asking them. But it's not like Blizzard didn't create casual content before. They just created bad casual content. And I understand that that's frustrating. Like, I get that. I 100% understand why that sucks. But why do you point your fingers at a fucking different player base then? Like, how does that make sense? I don't get it. Like, it's like playing League of Legends, and let's say all of the top laners are currently horrible to play. I'm gonna say, okay, Riot, please fix top laners. I'm not gonna look at the fucking jungler and say, oh, junglers should have a worse time. They're only designing their game around junglers. Fuck that. Junglers should have it bad too. Like, you have to blame the correct thing and just ask for, so you get better content. You're not supposed to, like, what's the purpose of taking good content away from others? That's not gonna fix your issues, right? You should ask for your issues to be addressed and to be solved. You shouldn't be asking for other people to also have it worse. Like, I just don't see how that's gonna solve anything whatsoever. If we lose the lane, it's the jungler's fault. That is true, though. If they balance the game for casuals, the competitive players leave. And if they balance for the competitive players, the casuals are still casual. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, because you can create like this whole balancing around casuals is like a bad take in the first place, right? Because casuals do certain content and high-end players do certain content. It doesn't necessarily mix. Because I'm going to give you the same example again from Mythic Jailer. Mythic Jailer is content that gets created for casuals? No, right? Mythic Jailer is not being designed around casual players, because that content is not made for casuals, right? I think we can all agree on this, right? So the casual content that is created for casuals should be obviously balanced and designed around casuals. And the high-end content that is specifically made for high-end players should be designed around them. I don't understand why that can't be true. Why can't we have really good casual content? And then we also have content for high-end players. Like, I don't understand. What's the problem? I don't get it. What's wrong with that? They have limited resources, so content dev time is zero-sum. Ian himself said player housing would come at the expense of a raid, so you could argue raider content needs to be worse for casual content to be better. Okay, this is something I've heard a bunch of times already, but people are not understanding, or maybe forgetting, the fact that the raid is not just Mythic. The raid is being made for casuals and for high-end players. They're not creating raids only for Mythic raiding. There's LFR, there's normal mode, there's heroic, and there's Mythic. Mythic is being designed around high-end raiding. Yes, that is correct. But the raid as a whole is being designed for everyone. So when they say they have to drop a raid to create player housing, then that's not high-end content they sacrifice for casuals. That's content for everyone they sacrifice for casuals, right? Raiding is difficult to organize, and more than that, just feels like a waste of time. The best rewards are created behind a thing that feels like a chore. Okay, again, this is something I also agree with. But for different reasons. So I think that casual raiding is not well done at the moment. I think casual raiding could be improved a lot. And by casual raiding, I mean basically normal mode and heroic. I think both normal mode and heroic are not designed in a way that is very much enjoyable compared to how it was in the past. Like, I think raiding has lost its kind of what made it fun to more casual players, I think. Because I don't know exactly why. One thing I think, this is something I talked about some time ago, I think that some bosses are almost too complicated with a lot of abilities not mattering. For example, like, if you think about Sepulchre, the first ones, right? The first boss, Vigilant Guardian, that boss is so unnecessarily complicated in my mind. But then it's really complicated, but half of the abilities are irrelevant at the same time, right? It's like when you do a normal mode Vigilant Guardian, it's like half the time you don't even know what's going on. Like, you go into the raid, there's so many mechanics, so many abilities, so many different mobs, they all do different things, and half of the things don't even matter, and you don't even know what's going on, and at sometimes the boss dies, right? And that feels really like not rewarding in my mind. In my mind, the way normal mode and heroic raiding becomes more interesting again is by not creating bosses that are too complicated, too complex. Because it's really not fun if you have to go and look at a YouTube video, a guide, for like 20 minutes and read through a dungeon journal and make a million Uyghurs just to even start, and then half the things are not even relevant. Like, I think that's just weird. Like, it's just not fun, right? Who enjoys Vigilant Guardian? I don't think anyone. Like, Vigilant Guardian just feels like, what the hell is even going on, right? So I personally think that making the bosses less complicated, but making the abilities more impactful, would make normal mode and heroic raiding more interesting. Because right now it feels like, in normal mode raiding specifically, you can basically make a lot of mistakes and it doesn't really matter. And yeah, at some point the boss dies and it's like, what even happened, you know? So I think if bosses would have less abilities in total, but each ability like is more meaningful, I think that would be more interesting for a casual player. Hey Thalys, what's up? Because that is literally how raiding worked in the past, right? If you remember certain boss fights from, like, even if you look at Sunwell, or if you look at Black Temple or ICC, like, I know this is a long time ago, and obviously players are better now than they were in the past, but back then bosses had like 3 abilities, 4 abilities, I don't know. But each ability actually was really important, and you had to deal with it properly to be able to kill a boss. And I think that is a lot more interesting than to have like a million abilities and none of them matter that much. Because that just overcomplicates bosses for like barely anything in return, right? So I do think that is, like, making raids better for more casual players, I think is really important, and I agree with you on that one. I definitely think that raiding got more boring over time and less engaging as well for not hardcore raiders, because mythic raiding I think is still good. Like, mythic raiding is great, and the people that do mythic raiding, they also enjoy the mythic bosses, right? Most of the time. But it's not the same thing for heroic and normal modes, and I think that is something they should address, because not everyone is a mythic raider, right? Sometimes people just want to raid just a little bit, you know, they just want to, like, some casual raiding here or there, blah blah blah. And I think if that is more interesting, if normal mode and heroic is more interesting and more engaging, then it would positively affect everyone, because that would also mean that maybe more people would be interested in mythic raiding as well, right? Because if normal mode and heroic is really boring and it sucks and you don't enjoy it, then why would you want to do mythic raiding, right? It discourages players from even trying to do a higher difficulty. But if normal and heroic would be more engaging and more fun, then I think people automatically would also want to do mythic raiding, and it would just be better for the whole raiding scene if the casual version of the raid would also be more interesting. But yeah, that's not the only issue. I think there's also other issues. Like the overcomplicated amount of abilities without them doing anything is like one thing, I think. Because I just feel like there's like an insane amount of bosses that do that for no reason. But then there's also probably other issues regarding raiding that... I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of some things that they could do to make normal and heroic rating better, but it just, I don't know. But yeah, in the end, the fact that Mythic is designed well, like saying that that's a bad thing is a bit weird, though, I think. Or saying that Mythic should be designed around everyone is also like such a weird take, in my opinion, because we literally have 4 different difficulties of the raid. So like, why should the hardest difficulty be tuned around casual players? Like, I just don't get it. I just think that's so weird. If you're saying that the highest item level should be rewarded in heroic instead of mythic, then I might even agree with you, right? Because that's even something I suggested. Like, if mythic would be some form of like challenge mode where everything kind of scales.
Why, welcome, Tide and Moon.
And maybe you only get items that are better for that challenge mode. And then heroic turns into mythic kind of and gives you the highest item level, but it's a bit easier and people are more encouraged to do so and it's more fun and whatever. Then like I would even like maybe agree with you. But I don't agree with taking away the hardest content. Like that's something I don't agree with. If you want to change the way it works, you know, then yeah, I can argue that, because I'm not saying that there should be no casual content or whatever, right? I'm totally fine and even encourage casual content. Like I think that should be better and there should be more stuff to do and whatever, right? I just very heavily disagree with people saying, fuck mythic raiders. Like they should not have any content at all. Everything should be for casual players. Like that's what I disagree with, because why? You know, we can totally coexist. It just needs to be like everyone should be getting
One
good
of
content
us.
in like
One
the
of
same
us.
world. You know, we can all work together, I think. Thank you so much for sub. Appreciate that, Persephone. And thanks for Prime sub, Foofer. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That said, you solved it. Heroic plus 15 are equal, and Mythic is cosmetic only. Yeah, that is something that I suggested earlier as well. Like when I talked about the vault, I wasn't necessarily saying that the vault for M+ should be like much more difficult. I just said that it should be equal, is what I was trying to get at, right? Like I think the amount of effort that you put into the raiding vault and the difficulty should be equal what you have to put into M+ as well, no matter in which direction it goes. Like if the heroic vault gives you max item level, then a 15 would be fine for M+ to give you max item level. Just right now, it's really not equivalent, and therefore I think it's wrong. Because mythic raiding, killing mythic boss is obviously much harder than depleting 15 keys, and that's the problem in my opinion with the difference in difficulty. But yeah, I don't mind for heroic to give like higher item level or the highest item level, if they like address the issues of it being, because right now I feel like heroic is actually I'm gonna have to go. Sorry, I'm late for my TGP meeting. I could talk about this for a long time. Anyway, there's still a decent amount of this interview left. We're gonna watch it tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow, Monday. We're gonna watch it Monday. But yeah, I'm gonna have to leave because TGP happens in an hour and 50. And yeah, so I'm gonna have to go. But thank you very much for watching. Make sure you watch TGP later. It starts at 7 p.m. 1 hour and 50 minutes. It's gonna be on Twitch TV Warcraft. And it's also gonna be like all the players or not all the players, but a lot of the players are also streaming it, so you can watch their POV if you want. That should be really cool. It's gonna be the EU region today. Two teams are gonna qualify for the finals next week. Should be really nice. I'm pretty excited for this weekend. I think it's gonna be fun. But yeah, TLDR, guys. I just want us all to coexist together, and to all enjoy the game the way we want to enjoy the game. You know, like I'm never trying to take away your fun by any means. Sometimes people like point fingers at me and say, "Oh, you don't know what it is to be like us, you know, like you play the video games for a living, blah blah blah." Like I do, obviously, but I'm trying so hard to emphasize. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand, like, every type of player, and like I honestly I'm trying to understand, you know. I just hate it when people disregard my opinion, because it's the same thing. It's a bit it's funny because it's really ironic that a lot of casual players are saying that Blizzard should listen to them and not to high-end players, which is exactly what they're accusing the high-end players of. Like, you're basically being hypocrites when you say that, and that's what I dislike. It's like, why can't they listen to the high-end players for the high-end content and to the casuals for casual content? Like, shouldn't that be how it is? Because I am not sitting here and saying they should disregard your opinion, right? Like, I'm not sitting here and saying, oh, I don't care about casual content and therefore they should just, like, fuck casual content. Like, I'm literally trying to have the game work for everyone and for it to be good for everyone, for content for all different kinds of players. You know, like, that would be a perfect world, right? We have really good casual content, but also really good high-end content. There's like a perfect, like, in between for everyone. Everyone's happy, you know, and that's what I'm usually trying to promote. I'm never sitting here and saying everyone should be decided about higher players, you know. That's not what I'm trying to do, I promise. But yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you at TGP later, and then I'll see you on Monday again for my next stream, okay? Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet, and check out TGP. Don't forget about it, yeah? Wait, can I host somebody that is streaming TGP? Is anyone live already? Any EU players? Pre-stream? They probably don't stream right now, right? They don't want to give away their struts. Is there anyone? I don't think so. I don't see anyone. Do you see anyone? Not yet. Okay, well, then we're hosting... Oh my god, have you seen the takes on Twitter from some PvP people? Damn.
Those are just humans.
Damn, that was some
Different
content.
types of humans.
So now, let's have a look at the
We're gonna host
more
Annie.
races. After
What was
humans, the second most spread out race are the Vastaya. As we mentioned in the last video, the Vastaya are a race.
Oh, she's
that
doing fated
indeed
rates with viewers
after
today.
humans
Nice.
started
But first, we're
mating
watching a
with
video.
magic
I think
of-
Annie watched
One
the interview earlier as well. She
Humans
just didn't
mating
pause
with animals?
every 5 minutes for 2
Jesus.
hours, so she's already done. Man, I wish I could watch a video without pausing every 2 minutes for 5 hours. That is an acquired skill that I don't have just yet. Don't worry, I'm working on it. Soon, guys. Very soon. I'm gonna be able to watch videos faster. What an achievement it would be. I know, right? That would be crazy. Maybe in a few years.
Alright.
Maybe in a few years, I'm just I'm just too annoyed to even talk about anything, so I'm just sitting here and watching the whole video without pausing a single time.
Thanks, Kat.
And just being like,
I'm
nodding,
back.
you know? It's like...
Let's get back to what he was saying.
I still have a better track record than Scribe. Seriously.
So
Jesus
now,
Christ.
let's have a look at the more
Well, that's
unique
something.
races. After
Okay,
humans,
better
the
than
second
Scribe, let's
most
go.
spread out race are the Vastaya.
Anyway, thank you so much for
As we
watching.
mentioned in the last
See you at
video,
TGP.
the Vastaya
Goodbye.
Is
Have a nice
Vastaya
weekend, everyone.
the furries?
Bye.
Or is that different?